Hello! Thank you for joining us for the Wayward Ones, session 47.
Wayward ones.
Wow. All right. I love it. Okay. What did we do last session? Well, there's actually quite a bit. There's actually a lore post that I typed up for the lore information that was provided. And so I'm just going to kind of go through uh, a little bit of case by case information in terms of where we stopped, really, because that's kind of more relevant than what happened in terms of detailed information. So we stopped at Emberock, spoke to Elenia. That was a third person type conversation. 2 weeks or so that the boat will be, they sent a boat basically to get the head of Grugash. Office of Messages. So Office of Messages is a department out of the Alathan Council, the actual hall, the city hall, and they will be sending a message when it is ready in the warehouse, quote unquote. And we went to the Grand Library and met a Merv Littlemind, who is of rank. They actually didn't provide their rank in terms of that. They are a member of the Guild of Lore and Myth. And they helped out with two of you, Istril and Othala, in navigating some of the texts and things. So they have this whole dungeon underneath the library. It has vaults. This is not dissimilar from the Order of Light and the Library of Light of Thema. And they were bringing into collections and certain texts. We had History of Dragons. We had some stuff Isle of the Blessed, Ismar Nobility, Elemental Insurgents, the Severance. I'm not going to go into that. That's in the lore posting. And so just kind of touching on highlights of information that were there. Then we went to the naval base. We spoke to a third commander, Verdun Orville, aka the father, potentially. Oh, sorry. The potentially the daddy of Costas, courtesy of information that Burden was giving, that they were a captain or someone on a ship that was on a long voyage with the Bloodied, which is Costas' mom. So, and relevant, really the kind of the same time as the ancient Costas. All right. Now, they spoke to Yaspit because there was you had found that there was a trail of what they said the name was Z, because so this person was calling themselves Z. And the description by Yaspit was this kind of deep gnome, right? This gnome that was up on the wall, one of the soldiers here of the naval base that stands guard on top of the wall in the tower and the gate, the entry. They were describing that person which fell that cell. That was on the nose, right? They gave information that Endar with the Goli Alliance be a good captain. The Emberock might have a captain that's worthy. You can check the Bay right, the Bay ship right for ships and captains as well. So there's multiple options in terms of where to go. You opted to go to the Goli Alliance. You spoke to Atarlin, who is the captain of the Jolly Good. And they, in 3 days' time, for 100 gold pieces for food and supplies, they will journey to the Isle of the Blessed. The boat is stored at the Spill Gate, Pier 1. So the Spill Gate is essentially this large opening where the aqueduct feeds out into the bay from the city. It splits that lower dock from the rest of the city district, in the central parts, right? The central city district. Now, we had a split because we also needed to go to the commander and get passage through the blockade. We had to get like a permit, And the way the language they were saying, hey, were you on this list? Were you a guild or a company that is notarized, is an official are you officially represented in the Alathan City Hall, right? Is that something that you're recognized? And so we have to kind of go through the proper authority channels. Kaz is like, oh, I don't want to throw around my weight as a noble. I don't like to do that. And all of a sudden, first chance they got, I'm the noble. I'm not, no, that's not really happening. I mean, he really did try. Lucas was really trying hard. They spoke with a first commander, Cosette Orania. And from that, they got information that the Jolly Good was towed multiple times. Actually, just the last voyage of that ship was towed back. to the Pier 1. They gave a letter that would give them essentially entrance into the naval base to meet with them if they ever did need. And also, they gave them a little bit of a note, perhaps, that they would be at the Primaris late this evening. In addition to passage 3. The blockade. Okay. Then we had a moment where we wanted to get some information because we heard from Tarlin that Z had picked up Ender as a captain and was setting sail destined for Paylene. And we wanted to know about Ezekiel. And from that spell that we cast, get communications, we uncovered that Ezekiel was doing just fine. And that nothing was to worry in that regard. Now, I gave some information to David, obviously, about what Ezekiel is up to, but that's not something we had shared, particularly at the party. So got here or there. All right. So as we open up, we are still in the city. The rain softly falling down. We have a ship. We got a captain. We got passes through the blockade. About 3 days' time. It'll be the 11th of Aerith. Anna, we paused going to the Rudikar. Figured we would have you here for that. If it's an option you would go. Obviously, and Barak as well. We didn't do a whole lot there. It's just kind of third-party chatter.
Okay. Yeah, I was gonna ask if we had gone to the Rudikar or if I had managed to stop in to the shipping company to give back Captain.
We waited. We waited for that as well.
Okay.
Real quick, just for my notes, what was the Talthar commander's name again that was hitting on Costas?
Ah, yes, that is important notes. Very important. Type it up.
Thank you.
So, given the time of the city, right, Istriel, Othala, I'm going to kind of assume that you're still at the library going through the information. It's a lot to kind of take in and go through. Gives you also an opportunity, maybe you thought of some things over the week you wish to ask as well with Merv. I'll let you kind of backtrack. You can get yourself still in that mindset if you wish, or meet wherever the party is destined for in terms of where they're headed next. But it's up to you both, because you both are kind of the separated right now in terms of the party. The rest of you are together at the relative the cheap side, right, west side of the city, and now we're going to essentially head east or southeast towards the Farwater Company. So can do either one. What do you want to start with?
I'd say we go with the other ones, but I still want to decide whether or not, because if this is the time relative, I say we still stay longer, so we have to go meet with Bruda.
Sounds good. You want to meet with you're gonna be with Bruga?
I mean, if this is the time, it's 2 p.m. We still have about like 4 hours to probably absorb some more information if we can in the library.
Do you remember where you're meeting Bruga?
Weren't we meeting at the shop, or we were meeting at a rest? I think we were meeting at the shop, right? Intelligence? Okay.
Go roll flight intelligence.
Oof, almost.
19. Bruga said that they would be dining at the Primaris as well. this evening. Now, if that was your choice to meet them there, you can, or you can just head back to the shop earlier too.
We dining at the what? I didn't catch that.
Primaris, the restaurant.
Yeah. So I say we study a little bit more and then meet at the restaurant if we can. But
Okay. All right. So, for our water company or the Rudicart?
If we're on our way toward, I guess, where we got the ship, or this
Well,
is,
you can, yeah. So it's tough. You can cut
Yeah.
through the instead of going around the Coliseum, in Cheapside to Marston Square. You can actually go to the lower dock and get to the Far West Company, and then just hook up north. So you can do lower, you can do Far West Company first, and then Rudicart second. If you're wanting just
Yeah.
to do like a swoosh.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Cool. So, giving a description here of the lower dock, I'm going to go ahead and put this up here. Oh, yeah, there we go. All right. Then Griffin is with you as well. So, all right. Crossing over this large stone bridge with wooden stilting that kind of comes down into the aqueduct. You can see that the water line is about 40 to 60 feet, but then it changes and it has marking in kind of these increments, almost like pylons that mark specific things along that aqueduct. There's also ships that could travel in the aqueduct and out. That's how wide it actually is. In fact, one of the shipwrights in World Shipping Co. make ships and they deploy them into the aqueduct and they have them come through. And the water level changes because they actually influence in the entry from the river. And this has a subsequent effect in the bay, where the wharf is that sits in the bay from the lower dock. And so this bridge itself is cresting quite high to allow for the mass of the ships to travel through. In addition to that, those wooden stilts they support on the outer edges. They kind of come in a diagonal angle, and they allow for that gapping for mass to do. And it's seemingly a very straight shot. It has to be really precise. And so some people actually sit upon the bridge at times, and they help guide with poles and things to help and direct ships that travel through. And as you look through the aqueduct to the east, you can see that there are some ships that are parked, and there are some docks that work themselves down from stairwells, and the various companies that actually perch their ships here. And the number 100 feet that the aqueduct crosses, you kind of span that with these sandstone metallic street lamps that are slightly rusted now. Some have been transitioned to brass or bronze, and those give off light with oil in the night. The rain softly falling down, you then cross over into the lower dock. The lower dock is, again, a version of what you have observed in the rest of the city. The sandstone buildings, straw thatching now, really maybe some clay tiling if that. They have circular windows, kind of held up high towards the second floors. A lot of the company buildings might be smaller. The signposts hang out in the various main streets that cross through. And then they have the subsequent alleys and sideways that might go into their warehouses and other sorts of affiliated buildings in these outcroppings. A lot of these signs giving note of companies and businesses with establishments of year dates, saying that they've been here for a long time. You have grocers, you travel produce and other things. You have tailors that might travel far and gather silks and other goods and things, and they'd be almost a version of a textile company, right? And they process things in a larger warehouse to produce garments of mass. There's a foundry, an actual large smelting processing facility, and that is actually flanked right by the bridge. And so those fumes are billowing out, people working covered in soot. The cranes and the hoists have been working, the cobbled roads and the sidewalks align. The city is alive. In fact, the lower dock is usually alive even into the dead of night. And so there are taverns down here. There's bars, alehouses, in addition to some slight restaurants, but nothing really on the main street. These places would be company affiliated. You're wanting to maybe intercede into a company's business and figure out, you'd be walking into one of these taverns and you'd see the ranks and the draws of them having their lunches or their after work drinks. That could become not a habitable place for an adventurer to be. These aren't adventuring. Now, a lot of the buildings along the wharf, which is this sandstone wharf that extends outwards, and then these piers will go elongating them in wooden pylons out into the bay. They also have that along the river as well. And so they have this stairwells and they have these crane towers and things that will perch themselves to extend to offload and unload supplies. And you are going in that general direction. You're going to where these larger, bigger warehouses are for storage of various company goods and things to process. They're actually owned by the city, and then they're subsidized and helped by the various companies and things. Some people are using magic freely out in the open as they're mage handing something, or they're casting other various things to assist in the movement of these goods. You have enforcers, protectors of the goods, people that are hired on that have no label at all except for maybe something of the company or business, not representatives really of the city. They're protecting. They shift around, smoking pipes, drinking, and even doing patrols and walking through some of the alleys. The ships that you see now through this large sandstone wharf with these towers and the piers, many of them are a variety of materials, wooden materials and stains and names and sizes and categories and class. There's one thing that stands out the most of them. It is a particular sail of white with red cross that sits. And that sail seems to be on every ship. Could mark them as a trader. And for you, you know that. That sail is what marks them as a trader, not just to get past the blockade, but a trader of a Lathan. They have various other flags, right, representing the company, stern flag as well. So a little of that was talked about with Casas, first commander. The issue here is when you come to Far Water Company, where you know that this would be at. But as you come here, you observe the wreckage and the ruins of the company field house. A large 36-foot straw-thatched wooden-beamed warehouse with a solid sandstone foundation sitting slightly attached on the western side of the warehouse. Here is a 3-story sandstone brick wooden-lined house. That house and the warehouse have seen fires destroying it. The warehouse is caved in, and a mixture of the large wooden pieces that were shipped here by the River Dock shipwrights survived the fire, but anything smaller than 12 feet burned easily. The rope within, the pulleys, cranes, and hoists caught, and with them the wood of the mechanisms surrounding them. The straw fizzled, spread out during the fire. Much of it has already been cleared. The house nearby the warehouse seems to have been imploded. All the glass has shattered outwards during the event, cleaned up except for the very bits and pieces that line some of the very close vicinity of the sandstone brick walling. The flooring caving into the ones below, the cellar, the basement. Not for the thick sandstone tile. The structure would have been smashed through the foundation. Foundation still yet standing. And that supports some of the beams and the rafters of the house. Even so, the tile itself is scarred, and on the scarring is marks and patterns of variety. The onslaught of crushing debris on top still remains. Furnishings, things of note, personal belongings. Much of it burned, some unrecognizable. The building and the warehouse are not roped off. There's no one patrolling or watching them. And based on passives, this incident must have happened weeks ago.
Um. Yeah, I have no idea what to do.
Are we all with Thea right now? Or is she off on her own?
Yes, I'm assuming that you're all going together. Thea, if you want to do
Yeah,
this on your own, you can.
I didn't. I didn't leave on my own.
Okay.
Was part of it was you all said you want to kind of want to stay together, given that Zell, right, is here, and you have Seeming still going. So
Well, that's unfortunate. Maybe we could ask around some of our neighbors and see if you knew anybody that worked here that is hopefully still alive.
All right. You said that this looks like it happened weeks ago.
yes,
I'm trying to mentally put myself where we would have been weeks ago and what was happening around that time. Weeks ago, was that like when we were like escaping from Othema? Roughly?
I think you could put that in the ballpark. Yeah.
Does this look like the explosion we saw and heard? Like, could this be a similar sort of thing that happened at the keep in Othema?
I need you to make a perception check. 26. It's difficult to tell because of the distance that you observed the keep. Stands to reason that both of the things were attacked in some fashion. Could this just be arson? Based on your past investigation, definitely seems like something exploded inside the actual buildings. But I cannot tell you if it's the same as the keep.
Okay. My next question would be, based on people that I have associations with in my past, does it seem like something they would have done?
Roll for me an intelligence check. $17. I mean, you wouldn't put it past the Denkosh or the Bolts to do something like this. Not even a rival company. I mean, a rival company could do it. I think what stands is that the mechanism of how this happened would be outside the bounds of what they might be capable of. You know, a house fire, torching something. It's one thing. Another thing to implode a building.
Yeah.
It's a whole different ballgame.
Are there any other open shop fronts or anything nearby? Anybody milling around I could talk to?
So there's no shop fronts here. There again, this is as I described, coming into this area of Lower Dock, you have large, massive warehouses. Some of them kind of communal storage, right, for various companies and things. This is almost the propriety of Farwater Company, and even past this, you know that's where the actual Wrecker and Striker would be docked, right? That is their pier, right? They own this part of the wharf, and so they have cranes and other things. And so, looking in that general direction, Dirty Joe, you actually don't see a lot of activity. Not really any boats, right? That would be stationed there. Maybe some smaller ones for tugging and towing, but there's no crew. People walking on the wharf, but no one actually working at this part of the actual wharf.
neighboring warehouses then that are open?
Yeah, so thinking about perhaps a neighboring warehouse that you might be able to look into to try to figure out. There is a warehouse and other building that sits kind of off center into the west side of this. It's relatively close. There seems to be a small grouping of 3 figures that are kind of working on shifting through a cart and unloading some of these larger crates from a pulley with a net into a larger wagon with horses, seemingly loading. And they have a very reminiscent symbol. It seems to be some sort of like a bluish kind of water symbol that trickles downwards in a trio.
I look over at Anna, just kind of give a little head nod, and I'm gonna go walk over and casually ask, like, hey there, there seems to be an exploded building here. What the hell happened?"
You see as the human turns around, slightly darker in complexion, and then has kind of these subtle features, younger, right? What?
Exploded building.
Oh,
What
I don't-
happened?
I don't know. Just on
Do
fire.
you know, when did that go down?
I want to say about 3.5 weeks ago.
Does anybody know what happened?
This gnome that's helping comes up. It wasn't 3.5 weeks. It was 2.5 weeks ago. No, I'm pretty sure it was 3.5. Gnome looks towards you. It was 2.5 weeks ago.
It's just unstable cargo or something?
Dwarf
I mean-
holding a ledger comes walking out of the warehouse, double wooden kind of entry here that's open, right? There's a lot of activity happening in that warehouse. The dwarf has a ledger of some kind they're writing notes on. The dwarf begins to make way, overhearing, and that dwarf slowly begins to let's see if I can get this dwarf on the. Aha! This dwarf begins to almost come into the conversation. It was 2 weeks and 6 days.
Is I'm not from around here, so just kind of curious in case I set up some business contracts. Are the warehouses and docks around here liable to explode regularly?
No,
Is something
no,
I should
no, they're not.
know?
No.
No. Mhm.
Are you wishing to buy property here?
Still on the fence about that. No, maybe not buying property, but do have some contracts set in place to move some goods in and out. But yeah, I don't know. This will definitely hit my actuarial analyses if places of storage kind of explode.
Well, let me put your mind at ease. My name is Dias Strum, Master Dias Strum. How are you? Raises a hand for a handshake.
Do I know based on what they're wearing what company they work for?
Yeah, they are the 3-tier company.
3-tier company. And do I know of what their relationship was like with the Farwater company?
They don't really have a whole lot of relationship with the Farwater company. They are a fishing import company. They bring in fish
Okay,
and
so
other
they
sorts of
weren't-
goods.
They weren't competitors.
No one really competed with the Farwater company. They were kind of the first installment of a transoceanic type ordeal. Passengers and things. They are, what's the word for it? Hey, I have this thing, and it's not specific. I need it moved. Kind of company.
Yeah.
That's what the Farwater company was. It was kind of saying, I have this prized art piece. Can you throw that in the storeroom? And so they also traveled people, passengers through. And a lot of those passengers that they travel through, they perhaps had some affiliation with the goods, or they needed to get other places. Now, companies are capable of boats traveling across the oceans of their own accord. And so they're now more specialized in what the goods they're delivering and things. And there are particularly certain companies that would be able to travel passengers across the oceans as well. That could be seen as a competitor, but they themselves are not particularly in great business right now because of the fact of the blockade. So, if anything, they would not be fighting competitors. They would try to be saving their business. So.
Okay.
I'm gonna ask the dwarf then. Did anybody get hurt? Was it just property damage? Like, were there casualties?
Well, on that note here, let's begins to make you towards between the wharf and the dock, where it's a little bit quiet, with some shrubbery, tall grass, and sand. Oh, now we don't know for certain if there were casualties. It seems like the warehouse and the field house were cleared out at the time. Elenia with the Emerok took a sub of the lead investigation, and then the guild master, Chavazam, helped lead after being elected by the council to investigate the matter. They found it that there were no bodies in either the warehouse or the field house, but it's too very difficult to tell. Is that conclusion real? No. What is for certain is that the master Telvis Forshorn, who was the owner of the company, House Ball, they have not been seen since the incident. Insurance of these places that we do offer insurance. I am actually the master, and I'm elected by the council. I am the lead in terms of the river dock shipwright. Be the one to go to if you needed your ships repaired or some sort of insurance for your company and property as well in the lower dock. And, in addition, can be quite helpful with resources and finding captains and ships and things.
I see. Costas is here. Hey, buddy, can you speak? Are you coming through?
Honestly, right now I'm trying to figure out if this is gonna work.
You could just stay on
No, yeah.
Discord for the time until we need you to come in on Foundry, but right now it's just theater of mind, so.
I was just gonna kind of like retcon on our way over here. You would have told us that the Jolly Good is a linky sack of crap, right?
Yeah, I have that in my
Meeting.
notes.
Would you tell that to your party?
Yeah, that's literally the only thing I have in my notes last session. Is tell that to my party.
Okay, very good.
Probably shouldn't be the only thing, but it is.
Fair enough. So I'm going to then ask the dwarf. Do you guys currently do chartered vessels? You know, if we need to get somewhere.
No, we don't do any chartered vessels. We will probably get a captain or a ship, perhaps. There's some freelance individuals that we do commission work for, but they take all the coin. They take all the profit. We get paid from the Olathe Council on taxes. Just help and assist the companies in terms of regulations and navigating the ways of the city.
Good to know. You have any recommendations for overseas passages? Who's available right now and who's
Crossing
reliable?
over. Well, I can try to see about that and see if they really take you up, but right at the present moment, there is no overseas travel. Been decreed by the Talthars. Their blockade. No overseas companies are able to go. Traders and the like, settling their things and their goods. They cannot carry passengers, just trade goods. The ships are inspected before they depart by yours truly. Could lead with me.
As
It's a
we've
troubling
heard,
time. Troubling time.
we're going through the permitting process right now, trying to see if we can get exemption. But supposing we could, is there anybody available that would take us that you would recommend?
Well, I have high recommendations for a Jonathan Yon. They are the son of Keelu Yon. A fine captain. Come across a small sloop. They're willing to set sail and voyage. Seaworthy, nonetheless. They show good signs like their father.
Do I know him?
You actually don't particularly know him. New up-and-comer, captain-wise. Someone of value. And is the son of the captain of the striker.
Yeah. Did I ever overhear the captain perhaps talking about his son and
Oh
his
yeah,
potential
Jonathan's been on the boat.
prowess?
Yeah, you've seen Jonathan. You don't know Jonathan as a captain, but you've seen Jonathan and
Mhm.
spoken to Jonathan.
Have I observed him enough to know of his, I guess, potential quality, work ethic, all that stuff?
I think that they're like-minded, like they're, you know, in terms of their father. I think that they definitely fit into the footsteps. Remains to be seen how good of a captain they are and if they have a crew that can handle. Sloop-wise, it's very small size of a ship, but it's fit for the. I mean, you don't need any size larger than that for this kind of party.
Mhm.
You're not traveling a whole regime of people.
Or are we?
Do you know where I could find this Captain Yon?
Well, at this hour, assume they'd fit for return of their ship. Yeah, they have their old house. I think Jonathan still lives with mom.
Well, and it doesn't have to be right now, but
Oh,
is there a certain shop or something he hangs out at most of the day, or a favorite inn at night?
oh, well, Jonathan doesn't get out too much. They have been frequented and the Dicing Weasel every once in a while, getting outside of the city. I want to be reminded of too many things.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, your name was what again?
My name is Diastrom.
Pleasure to meet you, sir, and thanks again for your help.
No, no worries. They're also the captain of the trawler, is the name of their ship. They do come by the
Perfect.
River Dock shipwright as well, I suppose. Come that way. All right, well, I'll bid you all a good afternoon. Good
Same
day.
to you.
Safe travels.
So, I guess as we're walking away to Thea, so what do you think? Should we go back to the Emberock Guild and see if they know, well, anything about who's still alive at the Firewire Company?
I mean, I would like to know. I knew a lot of those people.
Definitely.
But, the captain's son might not be a bad idea for us.
Yeah, no, it's
If he's anything like his father, he'll get the job done.
which is more than we can say for the jolly good. Best lead we got in that regard right now.
As we're continuing to walk through here, you said the field house and the warehouse were both destroyed. What about House Ball? Is that the field house?
No, House Ball is the actual noble house that Master Telvis Forshorn is from. Master Telvis Forshorn was adopted. And
Okay.
so they kind of wear their own name when they come from with pride. And they never really took the stride of nobility. So they didn't really want to be House Lord of House Ball. And so as such, they never took that name.
But they have not been seen since the incident at
That's
the
correct. That's correct. Yeah, Master Telvis Forshorn has not been seen since the incident.
Does it look like the house is the way it should be based on my memory?
Yeah, I mean, well, right now, no. I was gonna say, no, right now it does not look like your memory. I think if you're to build it, right, yeah, these two structures are what you're familiar with. There's also, I mean, you could try stopping by the tavern that you frequent. If that's the case, as I
Yeah.
stated, there is taverns here. You can try to see if there's anybody that survived the ordeal for the Farward Company. Right?
That would be
might
the
still there.
next step. I was just trying to see if House Ball itself looked like it was still
It's lighting so bad today.
how it was supposed to be or not.
Yeah, so house. If you're gonna go to a house ball, that's on the north side. Like you're going across into the outer of the, because the Lathan is centered. This map that I have, you can click on it and get access to it. It's available to everybody. It depicts really just in terms of how the city is laid out, and that these core central of the city districts are there, and how they face into the water. And then what's around that is your housing districts and things, right? You have houses
Yeah.
and noble estates and things. So you could try heading in the direction of House Ball to see if it's still there.
Oh, no, I guess I'm just confused because the map labels House Ball as number 12, which is
Yeah.
right next to the Farwarder Company.
Yeah, and so because as I had kind of said, is that map is really just kind of showcasing in certain things of like how things are laid out, and so House Ball is going to be, in terms of their like actual like estate and things, they're going to have more housing in terms of other things. Now that house there is in reference, is what you're referencing, is still there.
Yes.
Yes, that is
Okay.
still there. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yeah, no. Going to a tavern to see if there's any other members of the Farwarder Company that have probably, at this point, tried to take up work with other companies. That would be the next step to find out what happened.
Okay. So heading to the tavern. Is everyone in agreement to that?
Yeah, sounds good.
So, heading to the Wafting Sails is a tavern that you're going to be heading to, which is not too far away from the Farwater Company, only a few 4 or 5 blocks away. Sits just east in terms of a few notable other structures of companies that really kind of surround the actual Wafting Sails. The tavern is more of an alehouse, not necessarily has rooms. They do have a few rooms for travelers in an adjacent connected building. And they have 2 stories with a cellar underdwelling. The cellar actually is accessible in the way the city is staggered. The cellar could be accessed from the bottom kind of left of the structure. Then the entry kind of works itself up on a slight mound of this way it's laid out. You can go work yourself up. And they have some outdoor seating areas. Then in the first floor, you're fit with the kitchen at the center point, how it wraps around as a bar. And then they do actually most of the cooking and things down in the cellar. That kind of works through on these sandstone chimneys through the first floor and through the second floor. And the second floor is more of a balcony overhang with 2 sets of stairs that will go up to that balcony. Card games, tables, lots of drinking happening here. Has a reddish wood to a lot of the colorations, and the bar has metal studs and things to help with the hefty boots that might tamper into it. The stools stand tall with plush, kind of this greenish, kind of like bluish cotton vibe to it. And there's a lot of shells and decor of the sea that's here. You have whale bones that are positioned, other sea creatures that might have been killed and put on display, hanging downwards, not on the balcony side, but just kind of in the center point there. They're kind of hanging down between there. You have banners of companies and symbols of those companies that are coming through here. And there is a great deal of cheer here. You have a couple bards that are playing, coin that's being passed around to those bards as they're performing their melodies and music, and that's giving an ambiance. And a lot of these people are grouped up at the tables. They're grouped up by the different sorts of colorations of their clothes. They're grouped up by the insignias of the companies, that sort of thing. They're really giving a show here of kind of community. And some of them are kind of coming upwards to another table with like maybe an affiliated company or even a rival. They're kind of joking with them, hitting on the back and pointing at them and laughing as they're walking away from it. Now, you, Thea, have been here at the Wafting Sales before. You know the ale is cheap. You know there are connections from individuals that do roam this to the Salty Bride. There are individuals that will Be working with the Salty Brine that will be here to take requests if you need an escort or service. Tavern keeper is Kepper Hans, and then the owner of the actual tavern itself is from the Cedric Bay Company. They have ownership of the tavern. Now, I won't get to that name because it's irrelevant at the point. Read some bard music.
So, Thea, you been here before?
Yeah. Whenever we were back in town.
Now, they must have some very clever building designers. It's not very often that you see, functioning cellars on waterfront properties. How do they keep all the damp out?
That is something that I would discuss with a city planner.
I mean, I'm no, master real estate wizard or anything, but it seems to me you dig down in a beachside, you're just gonna hit a lot of wet sand. Man, this is one fancy place.
Yeah, and the ale's cheap, so.
Can't beat that.
I had several questions actually.
Okay.
Sorry. Okay, we know that the Balts have kind of taken up hanging around the Salty Brine frequently.
You know that the Balts have been seen at the Salty Brine, and that the Denkosh have taken up at the Salty Brine.
Okay. And you told me, I think, that the Salty Brine is where I would go and I would pay for information? Or they would give it to me for free, I don't remember.
The Salty Brine is not just a brothel, but also an escort service that has ears and whispers in a great number of homes and places. They are a good source of information to pay for.
Yes.
If you want to have someone infiltrate or go in a very private and intimate way, they're willing to extract information. Now, Dame Laurel runs the Salty Brine. They are a very interesting character.
And it says the concierge was Michelle?
Concierge Michelle.
Michelle.
Exactly.
Okay. Do I see any recognizable workers from the Salty Brine here right now?
Roll a perception check. An 18. Pick up on an old salty dog. Getting that token. Harris Renna.
How do you
See.
spell? And are we familiar with each other, or do I just recognize them?
I think you'd recognize them as somebody that would be on one of your ships. You've been with them occasionally at times. They're one of the older individuals with the Salty Brine. The Far Water Company. So there has some seniority. You would.
Okay.
This would be on the realm of a quartermaster in terms of the position. So they'd be someone who would keep track of goods and supplies. They'd work with the captain. That sort of thing.
Okay, so I will tell that to Joe, because he's already established himself as somebody who's looking to contract with one of these services.
Okay.
Good to know. Now this Harris, Do they know ships and boats and stuff as well that are currently for sale or charter?
Potentially, you'd have to ask. He might be working for another company now, or looking for work, or maybe trying to start something on his own. You'd have to ask.
Fair enough. Well, it's your contact. I think I'm both more interested right now in figuring what the hell happened to your old bosses.
He might know that too. So, is he sitting alone at a table or
Sitting alone at the bar.
the bar?
Currently at the rounded bar. You see they just ordered another drink from Kepper Hans, which happens to be a very kind of hefty set dwarf. Reddish auburn hair. Looks awfully similar to Diastrom in terms of face. Glass, not really.
Are there open seats next to or nearby him?
Yeah, they're sitting alone. There's no one nearby them. Bar itself is not resembling full. I mean, we're kind of at an off-peak hour. Maybe some companies are getting off work, so they're coming in, filling the tables, but you're still relevant to 3 o'clock at this point, so I'll put that there. Company business doesn't really officially end until 4. This is a temperate place. Doesn't see snow, right? Unless if the weather's good, they're working. So
Mm-hmm.
I would like to sit a little bit away, kind of at the end of the bar, and keep an eye on things, the crowd, and see mainly if anybody is checking on Harris, talking to. We're still in disguise, right?
You
That
and
hasn't
me.
ended?
Mhm.
Yeah.
We still have
okay.
seeming on us.
So they wouldn't necessarily recognize you, but I just want to see if anybody's scoping out anybody that Harris is talking to.
Yeah, I'd like to do the same thing, just because he'd probably recognize me, and I kind of don't want to approach him and be like, "Hey, it's me," when I don't look like me. So,
sure. But is that what you're going to end the seeming then to approach as you?
well, no, I don't want to do that yet. I want to see if anybody is keeping eyes on him, if they're giving him a wide berth, and what I can glean from if they're doing that.
Okay, need both of you to roll perception checks. Scanning the room, it does not appear that anybody is really monitoring or watching Harris at this point.
Okay. Does it look like people are like giving him space because he suffered a trauma in losing his job, perhaps?
Roll an insight check. $29. Appears that people might be giving him space. Some of the distance resembles that of authority. Perhaps the individual now has more authority than they did before, or reputation.
Okay. Got it. Okay. Is there a back way into this bar?
There are
Okay.
different ways to get in. So there is a staircase at the center point of the bar that goes down into the cellar. The cellar is quite large. It has a double wooden door that goes onto the western side. As I said, it's elevated. You talked about having a cellar. The cellar is more. It's actually kind of more of a ground floor. Okay.
Yeah.
Because it's elevated off, and so it kind of sits on a higher raised area, so they can have a cellar, right? You hit it kind of on the head in the right way I designed it. So that cellar has supplies, has some hoists, right? They have the kitchen down there, large ovens and things, and then those chimneys are actually helping anchor the bar in a way as they're coming through the whole structure. So there's a staircase at the center point that goes down into that kitchen. Then there is a back left door. That is a side door that could be accessed from the north side of the building, which could be for supplies, could be also for guests to come in. So in total,
Okay.
three ways. That doesn't include the windows. There's a lot of windows here.
Okay. Also, how long do we have left with seaming up?
An hour, I think.
I think you have just an hour left. I think we talked about it ending at like 4 or 5 o'clock in terms of time.
Yep. 1 hour.
Okay. Yeah, I want to talk to this guy, and he's more likely to talk to me as me. So I want to do like I don't want to just drop seeming in the middle of the bar. That seems weird. Um so I kind of want to find a way to like exit and then enter again, but as me having dropped it without like notice, people
Okay.
staring.
Sure. So you're leaving the building or wrapping around on the east side where there's a tight alleyway, and that fits on the low ground between the next building, and it's kind of tucked in next to the side of that rocky sandstone kind of hill that forms for the building. Some people, perhaps, the windows, the shadows of the building pressing over, feel pretty comfortable. Maybe some voices. Eventually let go of your seeming. You wrap around the building on the north side, breaking off the staircase that come either way, and then a single staircase that comes up to that side door on the north side. Then going in, you're gonna have someone knock on the door. Okay. I'm gonna be back just one moment. Someone's knocking on the door. West side. 1 second.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the door. The front door is like right there, so you had a. This is a solicitor. Okay. So you're coming from the north side, eventually entering into the building, and from there, you let go of the seeming right in the alleyway, and then you're wrapping the staircase and coming on the north side of the building into the tavern.
Yeah,
As,
okay.
as she walks in, do I notice anybody recognize her?
I'm gonna say with just passives out, kind of going through the rolls. I think some people might come up from the tables and look in the general direction. I don't know if you would be able to ascertain at that moment with how many people are inside the tavern, really who's recognizing her. No one's coming up from their tables or their chairs and approaching her, right? Now, the direction that the individual is sitting is facing east, so they're actually looking away from the door, just as offset.
Did I see anybody like take notice of me at all?
Huh?
Did I see anybody take notice of me
I'm
in
gonna
a
I'm gonna give you the
just like,
same.
oh, yeah.
I'm gonna give you the same response. I'm gonna give you the same response that it's too. No one's coming up and approaching you, but you're getting looks. So maybe some people do recognize you from various companies and things that might have seen you before, but no one's like standing up and being like, "There, it's you."
Yeah.
That's not happening right now.
I was expecting more of a casual like, oh, I haven't seen you in a while, sort of like look on somebody's face.
I think you see about maybe 2 or 3 looks like that.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna make it look like I'm just like looking around, and then make it kind of obvious that I've seen Harris sitting at the bar. I recognize him, so I'm gonna walk over to him.
Okay. Walk over and sit down
And
next to
I'll
them.
sit down. Yep, I'll sit down next to him.
Okay. Sees Harris drinking off a flagon of ale. Leans back in the stool and stares at you. What's up?
The hell happened?
What do you mean?
You know, the warehouse is gone, the field house is gone.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's gone. All gone.
Yeah. How drunk is Harris?
Tipsy. You want an ale?
Yeah.
All right, sounds good. Gabber! Hefty dwarf comes walking by. What do you need, nurse? An ale. Oh, hi! Hey, it's you.
Yeah.
I haven't seen you in a long time.
Yeah.
You want the usual?
Yes, I will take
Ah.
the usual.
That sounds good. I disappear behind the bar counter for a little bit. Harris looks towards you. As far as what we were told, it's burned down. Company's
You
gone.
weren't there when it happened?
No,
Were you out or were you
I was out.
just in town?
Does it matter?
I'm just asking. It's been a while since I've been back.
You know, a lot of people lost their jobs after that blew it up. Other companies took them home. Work for Cedric Bay Company now, on the Firelink. The captain.
Oh. Good on you.
Oh, yeah. Working myself up. There are folks who went to Cedric Bay, other went to Bluegrass. Three Tiers. Various others. Work at the Foundry. The shipwright they hired. I was out working. Where were you? The striker make it back?
Unfortunately not.
Pepper comes back, says he's done. What do you mean? Unfortunately not.
It's a little mishap up north.
People at the bar slightly go silent, turning around, looking at you.
There's a lot of people still up in Harak. Passengers, crew. Captain got most of us off.
Captain died? It's past tense. I don't like that there.
Would I know of like any tradition for like hearing that a boat has gone down that we would do in like remembrance of the people that were on board, the people that went down with their ship?
Wafting sails, a tradition? Someone's gone down with the ship? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, I'm just asking if there's something that we as people who made our living on these boats would do if we heard that another vessel went down in a storm or in war or whatever. An accident.
They would sing a song, and they would pour some out right into
Yeah.
the floor.
So I will take the freshly poured regular order that I got, and just really loudly across the bar yell to the striker and the wrecker, and pour one out and wait for a bard to take up singing.
And you have to sing up the song.
I got. I
No,
just-
that's not the right one.
I'm like, no.
I don't know if I have. I thought I had something for this, but let's see.
Some like
I had-
lamenting shanty.
Lamenti. I don't know if I have a Lamenti shanty. Try to look at my repertoire of songs. It's so specific.
A tiny bard comes
I have
out
this
with the
one.
deepest voice.
Mm-hmm.
Low.
I got that. It's pretty great one. Let's see. Yeah, I'd have to peruse some of these to try to find something. I was hoping I'd have. Some of these things have changed. I used to have that one that was like the morning music, but I think that's no. I think it's still here. No, it's not here anymore. Okay. So you find a bard. You don't really need to find a bard. You just stand up on the bar counter. People kind of turning around and looking towards you. People begin to hold up their glasses, tank, pulling themselves up from the chairs, taking off their hats, looking up at you. And the bard slowly looks, he stops, right? They slowly play the soft, subtle violin music, a little bit of flute intertwined from the other bar that's playing, forming a duet of sorts. Then you begin to sing. Make a performance check.
Me?
Yeah, you're singing, right?
I am not singing. I don't sing.
You're the one standing up. You're gonna sing the
No,
song. You got the
I said
news
I was
to share.
I was looking to the bard that was currently playing.
And the
this
bard's
is-
looking at you, playing the looking at you, playing the duet, waiting for you to sing.
Fuck.
It's a-
Okay,
It's a
fine.
sea
Fine.
dog's
I'll
tradition.
do
You
it.
got to
and
do
it'll
it.
be bad.
Okay,
And
14. That's
what the
great.
sounds like.
That's great. Now, it's fantastic. You stand up at the bar, begin to sing. The song itself, in terms of lyrics, right? We're not going to go through lyric, but basically it means that the souls that were lost on the ship are put to rest in the safe haven of a deity, a specific deity they can kind of worship in terms of multiple religions. And so there's a few deities that come through in the course of verses and stuff, right? So put souls to rest here, brought to Mary here, dying here, that sort of thing. Alathan is a free city in terms of religions. They might have more emphasis or the Talthars on temples of Palor, but there's a variety of pantheons and deities and temples that are in the actual city that are worshipped to the gods. So this is a general song that gives, they don't know who the sailor is and who they worship and things, and kind of continues to verse 3. And after the end, it simply states, we pour our drinks to the floor, so that way they can fall to our fallen. So it's pouring out the drink into the ground, and pass through to the earth, and then to the earth, to the water, and to the sea. And that will eventually reach them. So you're kind of pouring out your drink in honor to them so they can have a drink, their last drink, right? So that's kind of where it comes into. So you're giving the verse and you're singing, people begin to clap, cheering you on a little bit, and there's just a somberness that comes through. And some of the individuals are kind of coming up, and you see Skepper is taking care of that for you as you sit back down next to Harrison, telling him that Stryker didn't make it back. The Wrecker most likely didn't make back either, courtesy of the emotions you portrayed in the song itself. Now, your whole party, besides Istria and Thal, are there. They witnessed you sing. Are you doing anything?
No. The mask is there. I am exuding confidence.
Mhm. The rest of the party do anything at this moment?
I stepped
Just
away, so I have no idea what's going on.
pouring out the drink on cue. Pretending to be a random stranger in the crowd.
Gotcha. Tavern eventually comes back to life. Bards have yet to kind of continue with their songs. David, they have went to a kind of a company, an actual a sailors type tavern. Known as the wafting sails. after they witnessed the Far Water Company destroyed, they could potentially go to House Ball, and since that house still stands, the estate, their house that's on the lower docks is still there. They have yet to go further and see if any of the other things there still exist, but they're after to see if there's anybody from the Far Water Company is here. This is where the Far Water Company would go to drink, right? So they is frequenting this and a frequenter to this place, and so kind of going back here to find someone. They found a Harris Rena, who actually is now from a quartermaster position with the company, the Far Water Company. They now work with the Cedric Bay Company, and they actually are captain of the Firelight. So they're at the bar counter. The rest of the party's found a table just to watch from afar, and seems to keep perceptions and look out to see if anybody's making moves or anything towards Thea and Harris at the bar. Harris looks towards you, slowly ends. Thea, that was amazing. You know, I would have never thought in all of the 9 hells that you would sing on the bar. But here I stand.
Yeah, and
corrected.
Paris. We're never going to talk about it again.
No, we never will. We never will. It'll never happen. Never happen. So why are you here? Why you decided to come back to the city? Figure out what's going on? Are you bringing the good news, bad news?
Cold up in Harak. I don't want to be there.
The fuck? Yeah, we get out of there too. I've never been there. Is it great?
I'm making a face.
Not great.
No, not
Sounds
great.
Bad. Sounds bad.
Not great.
Where did you stop along the way? Got some new digs.
Yeah, no, got this up there. Othema. And then here. Took a while, but
Yeah. Nothing in between. No spontaneous adventures.
Harris. I'm a
Just
security official. Of course, I was protecting merchants.
Did they pay you a lot of coin for that?
This continent? Yeah.
All right. Slit any throats?
What do you think?
I don't know. Maybe not. You're not gonna talk to me about it, are you?
Have I ever?
Nope.
Why would I start now?
I don't know. Maybe you had a new leaf. Things change after you've been in a shipwreck.
I wasn't actually in the wreck. I was in the boat getting away from the wreck before the wreck happened.
You saw it go down.
Yeah.
So, iceberg get you?
Oh yeah, it was something in the water.
I never thought Captain Kilian would have rode into an iceberg. Something in the water. You don't know what it was?
I don't spend a lot of time looking at icebergs. Aren't they bigger underneath than they are on top? Isn't that how that works?
I've never captained a ship in Arctic or frozen waters, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, well, I mean, I spent most of my time looking at the entrance to the cargo hold. Not really doing much else. The captain told everybody to evacuate. So we did. Got the passengers off, and the crew followed.
You gonna tell Martha?
That was the plan. And then I saw what happened to the field house and the warehouse.
What are you gonna do now?
Oh no, I heard Captain's son is captaining his own ship. Maybe I'll talk to him.
Yeah, Jonathan. Wee little Jonathan. Out on their own ship called the Trawler. Supposedly pretty good. Just taking a few freelance gigs. Hired hand at some of the companies, working off small little things to the Black Wolf Company and Paylene back and forth, and also taking some people out travels under the bay, fishing, sending goods across. Bad, bad. You know, I know you're not really good with people, so I mean, I could talk to Martha if you want to.
I mean, you probably know her better than I do. I've only seen her a few times. Seen Jonathan more than I've seen her.
Yeah. Still bakes, from what I know. Runs a small bakery out of the house. Pays some good wage. Does some labor. Brings in a couple scones every once or twice here. I'll talk to him.
Yeah. I tried to get back here as fast as I could.
Yeah. Well, Jonathan doesn't come to the wafting sale anymore.
Oh?
Well, Martha and Jonathan, after Far Water Company came up, and ships never came back. You know how it goes. Move on.
Yeah. You're doing well for yourself. How far away were you from being Captain Farwater?
I don't. Not sure. Maybe a few more months. Practicing, training, working with some of the captains. Putting myself in. Trying to climb the ladder, earn some more coin. It's out in a small tug when the Far Water Company went up.
Has he
Blast.
sobered up a little bit?
Oh no, they're just getting more drunk.
No. He's just
Right.
getting more drunk. Okay.
Oh yeah, just drinking more of the flagon
Yeah,
that they
yeah.
have. The explosion, you could see it for miles. Smoke was black, almost as if there's some sort of, I don't know, magic maybe.
Yeah? You think it was magic? I mean, it wouldn't surprise me here, but
Wasn't looking at the wharf at the time it went up. Just heard the explosion, turn and face. Warehouse and the field house were up at the same time.
does this sound like any kind of magic spell I have witnessed? Or maybe Othala or Istriel or Felix has done?
I mean, you've seen him use a lot of different magic. I would say you've
Mhm.
never seen him use anything one particular that would cause an explosion of a building.
Yeah. Well, at least nobody was there, right? Nobody was in?
Happened pretty late. There was a boat in distress. Signal went off. We helped to assist on the tug. Hopped out of the half drunk onto the wharf into the boat. Got out there. Some jolly good Holy Alliance ship.
Hmm.
Looked like the Talthar Navy was already on it. Business was closed. No one works that late, especially with the blockade up. Can't say that a couple of the underlings weren't found. Could have been playing a game, drinking inside the warehouse at the time. That's low on the totem pole. Lathan City Hall, the council, they brought the Rudikar in, did a pretty decent survey. Ventures from the Ember Rock put up. Fence blocked it off. They had their meetings, one of which was a public forum, just giving news of what had happened. Some of the workers that went to it, they were yelling for more coin. Their troubles. Something to keep them afloat, that work. Council did right. Gave the family some coin. Offerings for work. Got them connections. Didn't push further, though. Whatever the Rudikar did their assessment on and provided to them, they voted to abandon the investigation. Not enough casualties, not enough property destroyed, nothing recoverable. I don't know.
Does that sound like a business as usual to me? So I wouldn't question it.
There's crime that happens in the city. There are a variety of things that happen. A house fire, a building fire, right? It's common, especially in a densely populated area such as this. Community's quick to help. There are insurances and things that people run for certain goods and services. The council being involved in investigating the crime and is normal, right? For a company, right? And then that's a big deal. There's a lot of people that might work for that, and so because there is no actual night watch or city guard that is instilled, it's really company enforcers and Embark Adventures that help out and assist the city. It's important to bring that stuff into the light. You know, if there's a crime that's being investigated, they believe it's a crime. First off, that's why they brought in the root car to investigate with their talents and the fine codes of what they can do. And they most likely have individuals that will come out, Dia Strum being one of them, right, to come out and investigate. But this is far beyond their capabilities of investigation. So, so it's normal. It's more advanced, I would say, in certain things, to say the least. But it's normal in the trajectory, in the path, in the time frame of how quickly they acted.
Okay.
Cool.
So, all the other companies still hiring? Looks
Might
like
be
I
able to
have-
find work with Cedric Bay Company. A lot of companies are closing up, though, because of the Talthar blockade. They're trying to spread their wings, go into different ventures. Some of
Like
them
what?
better than others. You didn't hear it from me, but nothing good. I ever heard the Adler, the Bluegrass Company's running some gambling out of their flagship. Trying to circumvent House Fortune in favor. It's a monopoly on that. Others shipping, moving things that they shouldn't be moving. Cedric Bay Company isn't immune to it. An investigation from the shipwright found a couple barrels that shouldn't belong. Rum barrels that were supposed to be shipped up to be elder. Odd stamps and symbols. Hold those right quick. Find the company.
You think it's the companies taking these jobs on, or their captains?
I don't think it's the companies taking them on. Most likely the captains and maybe even some of the crew wanting to find some extra coin. The companies are they're getting helped by the council. We've seen more council representatives sent outwards from the city, seeming to offer coin and help in troubling times. Most likely from the Talthars, coming from those rich coffers in the People's Palace. After all,
you
you
should
can't.
see how much they're willing to pay for a goat.
A goat?
Yeah, I told you. It was protecting transport. Fucking hate goats, dude.
Goat nibble at you?
They smell. They're loud. They have those eyes. They're wrong.
Just stare at you. Beady eyes. I get it. Seems like you put up with a lot just to get your way here.
Take jobs where you can find them. I work for the Far Water Company, or did. Thought I should get back here as quick as possible.
Some serious loyalty. Cheers to that.
And hey, they gave me a job when I came to this town.
And I know. From a past you don't talk about.
What, you want to hear about my poor, sad past in a podunk town
No,
in Temeria?
Want to hear about anything.
Yeah.
All right, now I just want to get drunk.
Get drunk then.
You gonna join me?
I'm gonna buy him really strong alcohol right now, is what's happening.
Okay. So as we're kind of winding down the conversation to Harris getting more drunk in terms of drinking and things, we're going to take a break from the conversation. Side table, the rest of the party here at the tavern. Do you have a moment? Is there anything you all want to do here at the tavern?
No, I'm still just keeping a lookout. I'm assuming that's a private conversation and we're not eavesdropping on it. So as far as I know, she's just jibber jabbering with an old friend of hers.
Gotcha.
Felix would be doing his best to eavesdrop while not looking like he's eavesdropping.
All right, Felix, go ahead and make a perception.
Got it. Don't worry. Totally gonna nail this.
7.
No.
The tavern's pretty loud. The commotion of the bar has subsided. Get little whispers and things here or there, but it's definitely incoherent. You make a motion to get closer?
Yeah, but not like aggressively.
Okay. See, as Felix sits off-center, perpendicular to your position, 3 stools down, sets himself up, orders a nice ale for the barkeep here. Then you begin to get a little bit better of an angle. Your 7 perception, picking up the conversation quite well.
I've probably
That-
made contact with you a few times.
Just from what I can pick up, what because Thea is an enigma. What do I pick up on the relationship is between Thea and this individual?
A friendship of sorts, probably more than Thea has had with any of you, to be honest.
Known him longer.
You've known Harris maybe longer. Still reluctant to share any personal information.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, no, Felix would definitely pick up the fact that if he got there by the time I was talking about my podunk life in some nothing town in Temeria. Felix, I think, we have enough of a rapport with each other that he knows that I am literally lying through my teeth about that.
Felix is in a better mood.
If and when I
That's
see a lull, if and when I see a lull in the conversation between them, I'm gonna say to Thea over the link, "Hey Thea, by the way, I didn't know you had such decent pipes on you. You want to start a band?"
Joe gets a very direct, pointed glare in response.
Oh, come on. Seriously. We could be a good duo. Make a little extra coin at the taverns. I mean, you really didn't sound bad. So there's no need to be, you know, embarrassed about or anything. Plus, you probably look good on a poster.
That is the last thing I want, Joe. My
All
face
right,
on a
fine.
poster.
No.
Cautious is enjoying someone else getting the glare for once.
This is the first time Joe's gotten it.
He's a musician. He loves his craft. And then over privately to Felix, I'm gonna ask him, hey, when you get a moment, could you like sketch up a duo band poster of Thea and I? You know, make her look nice and mysterious and pretty.
For sure.
Maybe she'll be convinced if she sees the actual product.
On it.
And that's it.
So we're at a point here that kind of having a definitely a long, strong conversation in terms, which is totally fine, but also got to give to Israel and Othala, who are part of the party at the present moment. So people are just kind of abstaining and listening here. So we're going to kind of come back into the Grand Library at this point. And you are here inside of the vault still, Mel, Little Mind. And you have gone through the texts and the books of your own accord as well. Now that's just helping and facilitate your requests. And probably has taken you to other vaults, right? Has taken you to other areas inside of this dungeon, this lore master area of this guild of lore and myth. So your repertoire of information is quite wealth. There's a lot of wealth here, as we had in the last session. So kind of letting you take your requests at this point in terms of information that you're wanting to get at. And I'm not going to give the description of those requests right now. I'm actually going to do it after our break. So we'll take a break and then we'll go through each one just a little bit, not a whole lot. Maybe have another lore posting if we have to. Is there anything that you two wish to inquire here at the Grand Library?
A couple things. So one, see if there's any other references to Essence of Dragon. Two, see if there's any other mention of chosen ones throughout history. And then bonus third, see if there's any significant deities in the past or way past now that perhaps suddenly disappeared or stopped being talked about, worship. Just speculating and trying to figure out maybe that has to do with the deity that was fractured.
Gotcha.
Bonus fourth/fifth. More reference into Bane and the Raven Queen.
Bane and Raven Queen?
Mm-hmm.
I got those four things, and that way gives me a little bit of time to look through my notes, pull up some information. I don't have everything memorized in existence, even though it might look like I do. I don't. Okay, so gives me a chance to. Oh, how dare you, DM? So we'll go ahead and take a 10-minute break now. Again, gives us time for getting this stuff and then condensing a little bit, and that way we can kind of hopefully get our group kind of together at the at some point in terms of the session. But if you have any other further things you wish to inquire after these four, totally willing to oblige, and then the rest of the party continue the conversation with Harris as well if you wish. Totally okay. If you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. We're going to take a 10-minute break or so. So we'll come back at about 6:10 p.m. PDT. Hopefully you join us when we get back. So thanks so much, and we'll be back. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Thank you so much for rejoining us here as we get going with Wayward Ones. So after our break, we had a good laugh. The break took longer than expected. We're laughing about very, very funny things. So we are here at the library, the Grand Library of Lathan, with Mel Little Mind of Guild Lord of Myth. We are underneath the vaults. We're asking for certain things. So a prompt to the players in terms of Istriel or Thala. References to Essence of Dragon. That's our first prompt. So again, this is going to be just third person. I'm not going to do in the voice of Mel Little Mind. References to Essence of Dragon. The only cross-reference that you're able to figure out after spending hours on the subject, pulling in multiple different texts, is that the Essence of Dragons is referred to as a possible source of mutation and corruption of the very earliest ancestor of dragon, and that it notes it as its power, something that gave the dragons their strengths in terms of their primordial type of strengths. What differentiates between them, why they can call upon these elements, why they're unlimited in their growth and their quest and rage of power and certain things. Dragons in the various depictions in some of the writings showcase dragons as these great beasts, but they never reach the size and capabilities that they are now, modern day in terms of our game. And so they note this as something of power in terms of a precursor to their mutation, and that which you are able to kind of relate to an essence of dragons. And they note this in the time of elemental insurgence. Elementals and primementals came down and began to enslave humanoids, and they began to call the prime material plane, terraforming it. They said that there was a mutation of dragons, and that mutation of dragons was a spark, some precursor. The prime elementals even were marked as a prized jewel of sorts they held within their possessions. Okay. The next reference is chosen ones throughout history. There's a lot of fables. There's a lot of tales, particularly of people referred to as chosen. Simply in not just as chosen in terms of a lower capitalization, but literally as chosen capitalized. One of the tales of the chosen actually relates to the defeat of a dragon during the period known as the Wilds, a period that had a lot of certain fey creatures coming through congruences to the prime material plane, making refuge from Feywild deities that were at war with each other upon the plane of existence. They were finding refuge within the prime material plane, within the forest, the things coming with natural inhabitants. A lot of these were halflings and gnomish kind of creatures and things as they were frolicking around in this kind of uncultured, uncivilized place, Arthuria at the time. And they note that a group of adventurers from a dragon that claimed itself in the southern Lathster Mountains, a blue dragon, they were plaguing the Nifendel forest, hunting and feasting off of the Fae that came through. Okay. This group of adventurers were not of halfling. No, even though one of them was a halfling, barbarian, a tribe from the Feywild. They were from across the world, brought together, and they note in this fable and tale, they were brought together by a wizard and told that they must fight the dragon, but they were chosen. And that comes across in these adventures, in these fables and tales, as the most definitive in cross to your adventure. But the rest of them are pretty nonchalant. It's a good word to use. They're kind of just everywhere, right? This person saved my pot of stew. They called themselves chosen, right? A group of bandits, highwaymen, pillaging the road. And me as a dire merchant, well, chosen showed up, and they saved me. And my cabbages. These are the fables and tales that are told. And there's a number of chronicles of bards that have told them. all capitalizing chosen and ones in these fables and tales. That's what you're pulling up on. I need now a history check from both of you. Wow. Natural 20. Ooh. Smoke it. And a 15 from Mr. I'll follow with a natural 20. You are picking up on that there's a correlation here. That when these fables and tales are noting themselves in the Ataris timeline, that they are correlating with periods that chaotic things have happened. Any significant deities in the past or way past that suddenly disappeared or stopped being talked about or worshipped. There are a few deities that are forsaken to the Shadowfell and to the Feywild that were noted and not talked about or kind of brought through. Now, religiously, this would be more in the context of no names. Like you wouldn't be able to get the names of these deities, just that some of them were kind of now outside of the realm of the written word, right? And certain things that were lost in translation. But in here, the deity of Orcivis comes through as a deity that lost and was forsaken, not to be kind of stopped being talked about and worshipped long past. The Raven Queen is another. It's a deity that also stopped being talked about and devoted to. There are still some of them that are devoted. There are things tucked away and hidden. But more or less, this question kind of pertains to the light, what's now mainstream in a way. So you got that. Now, there is one that is standing out in the context of this. It's during the time of the Severance. That this historical text speaks that there was a player that helped keep the neutrality between the deities, not by spinning the twin planes by any means, a deity known as a title only, with no name provided, referred to as the deity of order, that was spoken in the context of say, Pelor or Thander, right, or other Helm, right, some of the other Celestials, right, spoken when during they talk to their devoted and they reach to them and the creations in this written word that's being described, that they received guidance from the deity of order. And through that prayer and that sacrament that is now wrote, the chronicles, they speak just that. The guidance of the deity of order brought forth to insert deity. But there's no actual devotion or religion to the deity. Never has been in any of these texts. References into Bane and the Raven Queen. Well, Bane was referenced numerous times as a deity that has many devoted on Taurus, as well as this continent Arthuria, mainly this continent Arthuria. And they actually had a holy war of sorts, the Crusades, that had transpired between Pelor and Bane, different worshippers, right? Talk about Sular Kingdom with Pelor, and then you had the Black Hand, to worship his Bane. They constructed many temples, holding upon the faith after the Battle of the Twin Flames, right? The battle between two dragons that separate Alara into two. They talked about the temples being created, housing some of these texts, and creating a lot of worship and things. But Bane has always been, right? This is only just one instance that they kind of were more out there and now in contest. Bane has always been spinning and wishing and creating. Okay? The Raven Queen is already talked about in reference of not really being devoted as much or spoken after they were kind of brought to the Shadowfell. And that is very true to a number of the deities after they had transcended, forsaken into those places. they lost a great deal of power, and they have fought through to kind of gain that power, and that was showcased by Orcivis. And so there are moments Raven Queen is referenced in having some influence on history through their devoted. Okay, got that? Feeling good? Okay, any other prompts? Okay. Sounds good. So after you finish with the Grand Library, where are you two headed?
3 o'clock in the afternoon.
It'll be much later than this, I should say.
Okay.
It'll most likely be into the evening, roughly 7 or 8 by the time you finish all of this. This is a lot
Okay.
that you're unpacking.
Can we probably cut straight to Primaris to meet with Bruga?
Okay, just cut straight to Primaris to meet with Bruga. Sounds good. We'll come back to here, back at the tavern, picking up conversation, Thea, if you wish to have more with Harris.
No, I was trying to slowly but surely over the course of that conversation get him drunk
Okay,
enough that he wouldn't necessarily notice me leaving.
dipping out. Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay, so that you are getting them more and more intoxicated. So something a little bit strange happens as they get more and more intoxicated. They become a little more flirtatious, and the opposite approach to your tactic happens.
Fuck.
Bards are beginning to play once more. So there. You got a room? You staying somewhere in the city?
Why?
It's been a long time. I mean, gotta catch up.
Yeah.
You know, talk more about
been-
the goat.
been a long
The goat.
time.
Bah, the goat.
Yeah, ba the goat, Harris. Ba the goat.
Stares at you leaning on the bar.
Uh-huh.
Glassed over eyes. I can find you a job. I'll find you a job. Such a great company. Huh? Actually, you know what? I know a perfect job for you.
Oh, yeah, what's this
I'm needing
perfect
some
job?
help on the firelink. I'm gonna put in a
Mhm.
word.
With the captain, right?
I am the captain.
I know.
I can hire you.
Yeah, you could.
What's your wage? How much you want?
I don't know if you could afford me, Harris.
I think I can afford you. Maybe
What's
a
your
price.
offer? No,
Offer?
what's your offer?
I don't know what you. The shipwreck, helping with these merchants. I don't lowball you. I feel like a right dick. I gotta say, you know what? For you, 30 gold a week.
30 gold a week, Harris. It's tempting.
It's tempting.
It is
tempting.
tempting.
What about? I'm thinking of another 50 gold a week. I'll pay 50 gold a week. Help me on the firelink. We'll make a name for ourselves.
Oh yeah. Yeah, we'll make a name for ourselves, all right?
What do you say?
Yeah,
50 gold a week?
yeah. I don't know, Harris. I've this whole journey down here from the frozen wastes of the north. I feel like I'm worth more than 50 gold a week.
You know what? For you, go up to 70. 70 gold
70.
in a week. I'll pay you. I'm gonna come out of my own personal purse, but I will pay you. True to my word.
No, Harris. It
True to my
can't come
word.
out of your
Look,
own
it can.
personal-
It can.
No, it can't.
It can, because
Why?
I'm getting a little on the side, okay? Getting a
Oh,
little on
yeah?
the side. All right, that's it. Be real with you. I'm getting on
Where-
the side.
So,
Okay.
so do I get a slice of this on the side pie?
You're gonna get a slice. You'll get a slice. You get a
Tell
piece.
me. Tell
I'm
me.
just in need. I'm in
Hey,
need.
Harris,
Honest.
Harris,
I'm in need.
Harris, and I'm gonna pull him like close to me. Tell me more about this side slice.
You've heard of the golden hand.
I've heard of the what?
Golden hand.
Have I heard of them?
They are a very notorious pirate organization across the world.
Cool. Yeah. No, I've heard of them.
Okay.
Uh-huh.
I've been shipping. See those rum barrels I talked about?
Uh-huh.
I've been helping out with that. Sending
Oh.
rum up the river. Be able, rich nobles. They just go absolutely bonkers. So, fills
They
the
really
taverns.
do. They
They
pay
do. They
so
do.
much money.
So much coin.
Goats,
So much
goats.
coin. Anyways, this rum isn't just your stereotypical rum. Okay, this is something on another level. We source it from this thing. All right, this thing. So what I gotta call it? It's like got no face. But listen, okay. Apparently, you gotta trust me. Hear me out. Works for the Captain Morgan. I kid
Really?
you not. Kid you not.
The Captain Morgan.
The Captain Morgan.
Harris, how did you get in on this?
You agree? I'll tell you.
Harris,
What?
you tell me, and I will give you one night of your wildest dreams.
Ho ho ho.
You know Relv Shipping Co?
Do I know them?
You do. They're a
Yeah,
famous
okay.
shipbuilding company in Lake.
Yeah. Who doesn't know them?
They're a front.
Oh,
Golden hands run all sorts of things. Just happened to be there when I was picking up some supplies for the fire, like company business. Well, I got a little word. Sat myself down. And let's just say I made a case.
must have been a good case because they, let you in on it.
Captain of a ship that's given passage up to Beelder, most defensible city on the continent. Yeah. Working the barrels into the city. Couldn't pass it up. Anyways, that's when I met Nameless. No face. They said that this thing would be dropping off barrels. True. Specific time. Week. And I need you. Okay?
Yeah. Yeah, no, you certainly do. Well, here's the thing, Harris.
Yeah.
While I was traveling down,
Mhm.
I met some kind of nefarious types too. So, it's just a job for me? Or do you want to hire a bigger crew?
Maybe hire a bigger crew. Maybe get another ship going. I think it'd be good. That'd be good business.
It would be. Yeah.
Bring them on in. If you trust them,
Yeah.
I'll trust them.
Oh yeah. No, I trust them with my life.
Okay, when am I going to meet them?
You gonna be here for a while?
Yeah, I'll be here for a while.
Yeah. Okay. So like, maybe a few hours, then I
Alright.
can wrangle everybody together.
Sounds good. A couple hours to get a table. Get some more. begins to motion over for Kepper. Kepper, another one. See you in a couple hours, eh?
Yeah.
Winks at you, points.
Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna pat him on the back. Rub gently. I keep my promises, Harris. Keep my promises.
There's a smile to their face as Kepper sets down another flagon of ale.
I'm gonna get up, look at Felix, and start walking toward the back exit.
Okay.
I have a feeling I never leave the way I came in. That's
Sounds
just the
good.
thing. And then over the mental link to Joe and Costas, we'll tell them that we all have to meet up and talk.
Okay.
All right.
So heading back out of the tavern at that point, you all begin to backtrack, finding yourselves together in some fashion within the city here. Going to go ahead and remove Harris from that, and then we'll pause the tavern music and the ambiance there. Get back to the city loop. There's slight wind pushing through, so I'll create that, and the rain is going to pick up at this point, so I'll go ahead and make that into a heavy rain. As the rain comes through, you're having to cling to some of the awnings and coverings of a lot of the structures, so some of the warehouses and stuff. You find yourself kind of getting self, and also advance the time clock here to pretty relevance in terms of where you'd be at in the midst of drinking and conversation. You're kind of now in some of the shadows of the light as we're getting towards the afternoon and the evening. And as it happens, you now kind of find yourselves in kind of a corner underneath an awning within the lower dock. With the wafting, the actual tavern, slightly in sight.
Yeah, you picking up on that, Felix?
I heard some stuff, yeah.
Harris is gonna get himself killed. All right. So apparently he's a smuggler now.
Smuggler of.
Special rum.
Oh, so that's who your Yachty's contact was. It was good rum.
I don't know. This seemed a little bit more iffy.
How so?
I mean, what else? The most heavily fortified city in this continent. And they're smuggling in rum? They can afford good rum.
Well, yeah, but they don't drink it here, right? We saw it up at Fort Farron. They distribute it around the continent.
He didn't say he was bringing it to Fort Farron. He was saying Biella.
True, but the blockade, that could prevent hardships, or there might be taxes, tariffs if you're importing things. So smuggling might be the most cost effective. But there, of course, could be, something that they're not revealing to you. But
So they're smuggling this rum into Wayward?
Mm-hmm.
So it would have to be some pretty high-end rum, right? No, not like anyone can just live in Wayward.
Traders have to have a permit to sell within the city. Griffin's there with you.
Mm-hmm.
And permits are expensive, I'm guessing.
Only those that have prized goods are entered into it. So yes.
Well, there you go. A tale as old as time, trying to get around Johnny Law. Illegally smuggling goods.
Yeah, but he mentioned, you heard that, the Nameless.
I mean, for the record, I did not
No
overhear anything.
No, I'm talking to Felix. The nameless with no face.
Yeah, there's probably more to discover if it's, or is this a lead you want to follow?
I don't know. Because I don't know if maybe Far Water Company had anything to do with that either, and there was something in the warehouse and that went kaplooey. Could do that to a warehouse. What can it do to walls of a city?
Yeah, I mean, if it give me peace of mind, I'm sure we could look into it. We still, I think, have another day here for the nerds to finish their nerding.
And Costas has his hot date tonight.
Have I even told them about that?
Mm,
Oh, I thought you did. Sorry.
I don't think Costas you would have shared that yet, so we can retcon. It's totally fine.
Yeah. No, I haven't told anyone yet. That's canon. I haven't told anyone.
That's scary.
I didn't know.
Yeah, Anna wasn't here, so
Yeah. Sorry. No, Anna. I don't hold it against me or anything. It's just like I mean, actually, Anna was the only person I was thinking of telling. So, not too bad.
Is it
I don't know.
you're curious on whether or not they had something more to do with us being, or you all being attacked on the ship that day? Like it was maybe not coincidental, or is
No,
it just
I don't think that had anything to do with it. I just think it's weird that 2 weeks ago, pretty substantial and reputable shipping company gets their field house and warehouse destroyed horrifically. And it
Yeah, I
seems
mean,
nobody really cares that much.
who's all here? Me, Joe, and Thea.
and Costas
Costas
and
and
Griffin.
Griffin.
Hey, Griffin, can you keep an eye out, make sure nobody's overhearing us?
I know what it's like when those don't want me to listen. You can simply say to go over there, not to listen.
Thanks, bud. You're the best. Like you get it. You get us. Thank you.
I understand. Walks across the street, holding the hood over from the dense pouring rain across the cobbled road. They stand the other side of the sidewalk from you, unhood, hold their arms, and they just stare, pulling the pipe out, smoking.
Dude, I love that guy.
Yeah, don't let him read your lips.
Okay. So, what we have a certain amount of time in the city, and we can definitely follow up on this, provided we're in the same timetable. There's an unlimited amount of, I think, threads to pull in the city of mysteries. If this is important to you, we could definitely dedicate time and resources to it, but it can't delay our timeline.
Oh, no, I agree with you. I was going to say that this should be another thing that we inform the Rudikar about because this is kind of what they're supposed to be handling.
I mean, not to sound insensitive, but is this really any business of ours whatsoever?
Listen, Harris is a good dude. I've known him for a while. I feel like he's in over his head.
Well, then just tell him so. I mean, you try to get the local law involved, it's just going to create a hell of a mess. I mean, who knows? Maybe you're stuck with an arrow or something in a night raid. I mean, we've seen some things. I'm sure he respects you as a downright terrifying force of nature. You just lay it out to him. Maybe say, hey, we've heard some things about the smuggling rings too, and if you don't get the hell out of here, you're going to end up with a knife in your back. He'd probably listen to you. But I also
Hey,
don't really
any
want to
idea?
get caught up in a criminal underground and have further targets on our backs. I mean, kind of got enough enemies as it is, right?
You have no idea.
I got a pretty decent idea. I mean,
Is there an
maybe you're
extra dragon into the pillow I don't know about?
Yeah.
Yes, actually, Costas, there is.
That's funny.
Um, that's not for here, though, in the middle of the street. I don't know.
so
He'll probably get drunk enough that he forgets anyway. That is the first time he's flirted with me. That was weird.
going through a lot of changes in his life, and old friend of his walks in, somebody he's comfortable with. Add a little booze into the mix. I don't know. Doesn't seem that weird.
Maybe you're right. I don't know. A lot of information just dumped on me all at once.
Is that why you want us to look into this?
Maybe. I don't know. The the Far Water Company has always been here. Now it's just gone, and they're not looking into anything.
Well, they're your friends. I'm happy to help you. I got nothing else to do in this city.
Maybe we take it as far as we can within our timeline, and if we don't finish it, we hand it over to the Rudikar as a commission.
Yeah.
And if it feels like we're getting in too deep and we're going to make a bunch of enemies, as Joe said, again, we hand it over to somebody else.
Yeah, so I'm gonna have to talk to him again though. Give him Captain's sword to give to his family. Maybe he'll sober up tomorrow.
I mean,
But
if you
from
guys, you have the night, we can go to dinner without you if you want to catch up with your friend.
Yeah, I'll decide later.
I mean, just throwing it out there. If you wanted to hang out here instead of going to talk to old Creepy Pants, I wouldn't mind joining you. I've got no great wish to see that weird ass sorceress again. Trying to find something else to do. Didn't think of any, but hey, it gives me an out.
You good at pretending to be a nefarious type, Joe? You are the
No,
only
really.
other here that I traveled down with from the frozen wastelands of the north.
I mean, I tend to wear myself on my sleeves for anybody to see, but I can keep my trap shut when needed.
You should teach me that skill, Joe.
Just takes practice, is all, and a healthy degree of suspicion and paranoia.
Teach me what that feels like. Healthy paranoia.
Well, I don't know. I don't think there's an unhealthy amount of paranoia where we're concerned. Kept us alive so far, somehow.
Yeah. And Costas, you gonna go on the dinner date with the witchy woman?
I'll do whatever everyone else is doing. If I feel obligated to go, I will go. I mean, I need to. If there's no paladin, then you guys will be in danger. Witchy woman is dangerous.
That is true.
Look, I think we could spare a night for people to enjoy company. You catch up with friends, hang out if that's something you want to do. We're just here studying, but if we get into trouble, maybe we all go see this witch and then we go our separate ways. You guys do what you want to do.
Well, that's just it. I don't want to see the witch.
I don't really want to see her either.
Yeah, I know that, but we're a team and we should do things together. So either we don't go.
I know.
Or
Just
she seemed dangerous and powerful. We should either all
Dangerous.
not go or all go.
powerful, can definitely hear us when we're talking in our heads.
And, knows pretty much everything about us already and lied to us from the get-go
Mhm.
about multiple things.
Mhm.
I think we should have nothing to do with her. You guys bought some nice stuff. Cool. Nice, clean business transaction. She don't really need to be involved in our lives anymore.
Fair enough. I mean, it's not like she's powerful enough to track us out in the city and, hold us to our word or anything. So that's good.
Oh, hey, if she's gonna do that, she's gonna do that. I'm just saying, why walk into the lion's nest if we don't have to? It was just an open invitation for dinner, right? We're not
I
obligated.
will refer to a book real quick. Come back up. I don't think lions have nests. I think they're dens. But yeah, good point.
Anything can be a nest. Just throw a bunch of old socks around you haven't washed in a while, maybe some little bits of food you haven't cleaned up.
Sure.
Besides, I don't know if you've seen the rare subtype of lions back home, the eggland variety. They do a lot
Oh,
of nesting.
okay. I take it back. I've learned. That's why you're our ranger.
Exactly. Lion eggs are especially tasty with bacon, just so you know. So maybe at an upscale restaurant, maybe ask for some.
Lion eggs. Okay.
I'm surprised you're not trying to insight check me. My charisma is not high.
Oh no, I just assumed that you're lying.
I have a pretty low wisdom, so
I have a what is my passive insight? I think it's a 21.
Yeah, I think so.
23.
23.
23 is passive.
in all honesty, Felix trusts Joe implicitly, so he doesn't have reason not to.
I don't know. You seemed kind of suspicious when we first met you. Of us, anyway.
I think not suspicious. He was skeptical that you guys could live up to your what he had heard about you.
And we've proven that by now.
Some members, yeah.
So, well, I don't know. What are you guys all thinking? Like, if I see the point, if we want to meet with this person, we should probably all be there in strength, just in case we need to help each other out. But I'd still rather not. That's my opinion.
I mean, I think that if we're going to have a business relationship with this person, starting it off with ignoring a set meeting isn't the best way.
Yeah, but
We
also,
told them we'd meet at 7, so we should meet at 7. That's maybe, I don't know.
there's
Business
also
relationship? I mean, I wasn't there for the whole conversation. You guys, like, starting trade routes with her and stuff while I was getting breakfast?
No, I think Cass is referring to the idea that they were able to provide us with some useful items, and if we're ever traveling through Lathan again, we might want to have that resource available to us. And if we insult them, then that might not work. there's nothing saying we can't go, and if it feels uncomfortable, leave or fight our way out. I have good confidence in all of us.
All right.
But Joe, if we're not comfortable, we won't go. And it's a group thing. We all have to be on board.
Most of you guys want to go, I'll go. You know me, I just get spooked easy by weird stuff in general, especially when they're being duplicitous, but I don't know. I'm also not used to big city living. Maybe that's just the norm for wealthy sorceress merchants in highfalutin circles.
I tell you, you might feel more comfortable if you got some city digs. You can get you some nice new outfit, make you feel confident.
I mean, this one fits just right and got the armor right where I want it, but, for evening wear, not opposed. I've heard good things about silk pajamas. Costis.
They are incredibly comfortable.
Hmm.
And I was planning on going and buying some new clothes anyway.
Cue shopping montage.
Because I feel like it's in Felix's wheelhouse. I would find the finest haberdashery, and anybody that wanted to, I would talk smoothly to the tailor. We don't have to role play it out if you don't want to, but just to really ham up and get them really elaborate outfits for whatever they want.
I'm down.
Okay. Yeah, Costas would like 2 outfits for every occasion. So basically,
Lucas, you're roboting so bad right now.
So basically, 2 for kind of really noble ball kind of thing, 2 casual, 2 kind of that kind of. Basically, he's going. God damn it!
You're lagging.
Damn it.
You're lagging.
Can you hear me
You're
better
lagging.
now?
Close. I would
Is it
suggest. I would suggest closing out of Foundry to save on bandwidth if you're lagging. That's my opinion. Foundry uses quite a bit of bandwidth, and if you don't have that much at the hotel, you're better off staying on voice chat with us.
I'm using my phone for data right now. That's
okay.
Nice.
You are?
But no.
Okay. Then you're fine. If you're using your phone for data, then that's fine. The racket of the bills, that's okay. I'm cool with it. If it's free, well, technically it could be unlimited. We don't know. It could be unlimited. I can hear you though. Keep talking.
Okay, yeah. So Costa's just gonna get 1 or 2 outfits for every kind of possible occasion or setting, basically. So 2 casual, 2 kind of relatively formal, and then 2 kind of very formal.
Are you?
What the fuck, Costas? I was getting an outfit for tonight. Yeah,
Not a fucking wardrobe.
Are you gonna hire a servant to follow us around everywhere with your full closet on his back?
Right?
Entourage.
Armoire, if you would.
Yeah,
scribe.
and he's gonna sell. While he's out there, he's gonna see if he can sell his old set of plate armor.
Gotcha. Makes sense. Turn my light down. It's gonna get dark. Okay, so you want to sell your old plate armor. You want to build a wardrobe. Okay. So getting these esteemed outfits from we'll say you're getting a series of outfits here, Felix. So are you paying for Costas at that point after they tell you?
Everybody but Costas, because fuck that.
Okay.
Yeah, he doesn't have to.
Okay. So wardrobe for a tailor, and that you're going very immaculate, right? You want the finest silks, gold leaf maybe.
Whatever they want, but the nicest quality of it.
The nicest quality. Okay. So for each outfit, it's going to run 300 gold pieces in terms of cost.
Done. I'll tip an extra 100.
Okay.
I'm gonna wear what I'm wearing right now because I just got this outfit, but
no worries. So you're able to get those tailor made now. See, in terms of getting it a rushed order for tonight, they're going to try to make that happen for you. Taking the number of hours here, the crew getting to work on making this attire for you and your companions. So, Costas, you're then going to put an order in for your outfits, your wardrobe. They're going to come back to you and give you not only making you a same price as your companions, so 300 gold pieces for tonight, but then giving you a quota for doing about 150 gold per each of the garments. So at your discretion, right? You said 6 garments minus the 1 for tonight. So it'll be 5 garments at 150 gold piece a pop. And then they're going to give you a time window of roughly 4 days that they'll have that ready.
So I guess we're leaving you behind.
Perfect.
Selling your
Yeah.
plate armor. We're actually going to get to a role play moment because you're going to be coming to Master Torvin's smithy. Unless you want to just sell to a random trader.
Yeah. Also, for the tailor, can I just tell them to like hold on to the clothes for the next time I'm in Latham? So because we're fine if we stay here 4 days.
They're going to ask you how long you wanted them to hold it.
Can I say indeterminate amount of time?
They're going to tell you no. Or they can charge you 100 gold piece extra per month to hold it.
I mean, guys, you can get a new outfit the next city we get in if you don't want to wait for all this.
Yeah, that's a good point. Okay, yeah, I'll wait till we see.
Okay. So are you selling your plate armor to a random trader?
Yeah.
Or are you going
The
to Master
smithy.
Torvin? You're going to go to Master Torvin's smithy?
If it's a roleplay thing, I'm happy to.
I mean, we got to get to tonight, okay? If we want to get to tonight, we want to get to the restaurant, we get to this date, we're going to have to shortcut it. So, but if you want to go to the Master Smithy, we'll have to roleplay that. There's a roleplay moment. Up to you. You want to take it or not?
I'm gonna take it. I mean, we can always do tonight next. We can always do the thing next session.
Okay. So, Master Torvin's Smithy is a master smith that specializes in making Talthar naval equipment and armor and weapons. The shop has been open a great number of years, seeing many notable blacksmiths come and go. Master Greg Torvin runs the shop and is quite skilled, taking apprentice training under several blacksmiths for the Justicars. Then working on their master's journey underneath Elrin Norquina, master smith that makes enchanted and rare weapons and armor through ancient Elvish traditions. So that's who their master was. And that is on an actual placard outside the storefront, positioned neatly to showcase the talents and trade of the smiths inside. The building features a 2-story sandstone rock walled and brick interior shop. The structure is 20 feet, first story taking up about 10 feet. Second story doesn't extend over the entirety of the first. It's mainly a bedchamber, bathroom, kitchen for the master smith who owns the establishment. There are many windows glazed and metal etched. Upon entry through the thick sandstone door with polished metal handle, you can observe that there are mannequins fit with fine pieces of mithril and steel armor on those mannequins, positioned on the bay windows that extend over. There are other mannequins in the interior lined with a variety of different heavy and medium armor, many of which are metal. They have weapons hanging from unique shelves, mainly bladed weapons. There aren't really simple weapons here. It's martial and they're bladed. They have intricate knees on the pommels and work of the handles. They have other shelves and casing with minor pieces like daggers and short swords. Then you have a counter of sorts that is a semi-arch fitting in the corner that has numerous drawers and other sorts of things to weigh and take samples of, shelving at the backdrop to help with sorts of goods and performances. Then you have the sounds of the blacksmith, the hammering, and the different things that come through from the 2 entries in, either to the left of your entry or to the center point of your entry, as they kind of funnel in to an L-shaped kind of corner of the building. Smith taking most of the space. The shop front is small in comparison. The blacksmith there, they have a kiln, back area, they have wagons, they have numerous forges, variety of supplies and things to help within their craft. And again, it's just literally hammering nonstop as you come in. When you come in, the bell rings on the shore. The actual door kind of hits into a bell, and that kind of ding, 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 kind of hits in. The actual symbol, the signposting for the smith is Master Torvin's Smithy, and it has a hammer and an anvil. It's very simple. There's not much to it.
Hello?
You yell, hello. Then, coming out, is a gruff and stout human, pale complexion and blue eyes. They have black curly hair, flow down to the mid-back, but they keep it held into a top bun, use strings and clips. They have a black, curly, and thick black beard. Suit and charcoal cover the face, hands, and black leather bracers. They have a matching black leather apron, dirtied and burned, sitting over a pair of tan leather trousers, thick black boots with metal studs and slight little winglets, tips to them, and a loosely tied tan cloth blouse. Well met. My name is Master Grig Torvin. Welcome to my shop. They approach you from one of the entrances into the smith, taking over the actual cloth covering. Raising out their hand towards you, they look towards you top down with your armor, pulling the hand back. Apologies. Hard at work. Taking a rag from underneath their apron, they begin to dust off their hand, and then they come back to you with a handshake.
I reach out and shake the hand.
Shaking the hand, you have a few of the bits and pieces of charcoal and soot on your own. Maybe you wear it with pride, maybe you don't. How can I assist you?
I was listening to sell a set of plate armor.
I suppose I could take it off your hands. Come here to the counter. Moving you over. Motion for you to lay the piece after removing several variety of instruments on the counter, down below.
Okay, I place my old set of plate armor, not the mithril, the old set, down on the counter.
This has seen quite a bit of battle. Tell me, what is the story of this armor?
Yes. I used it in a Thema, then... Oh, wait, actually, what's this? No. This wasn't the Thema. That one's destroyed. No, yeah, so I must have got it at Fort Farron. Fought some undead with it. Then a dragon in the marshes. Then, killed that. Came back. Upgraded to mithril, and now we're here.
You sound quite unbelievable. Fighting a dragon, surviving to tell the tale, and acting so as if it was nothing. Roll persuasion check. If you can. It says you're still on Foundry, so that's why I'm prompting you. Can't. Do you have physical dice?
Oh no, yeah, no, I can't. It's because I'm using this on my phone. I have my computer on the internet.
Okay, you have your computer. So let's see if you can get a roll
Okay.
off then. Eight. I find it hard pressed to be truthful with you that you would slay such a beast. I can give you 500 gold for the armor.
Do you want proof? Or does it matter?
Your word has been spoken. If you have evidence to go along with it, perhaps I will give you a better assessment.
Okay. Do I happen to have any of the scales on me? Or like the pieces from the dragon?
Do you?
I mean, I was planning on smithing the helmet, so I was assuming I have the pieces for the helmet prepared
Okay,
because I was planning
yeah.
on smithing it. So,
Do you make a case? You have it on you then.
Yeah, okay. So I pull out what I need to smith the dragon helmet, or at least part of it. All of his dragon
Imagine.
materials.
From these materials, it would say you have slain 2 dragons.
The group got one of them before I joined.
Are we with him right now? Or are we
It's
shopping?
It's up to you all how you want to do this. If you want to accompany them to the blacksmith, or
That's a fair point. I shouldn't be talking about this.
if you want to do.
But at the
other
same
things.
time, he's just a smith, so I figured it mattered.
I'm leaving it
I-
open ended. So
I don't think I would have gone with if he's just like,
Okay.
yeah, I'm gonna just pop out and hawk
Pop
this
out.
old armor of mine. It's like, all right, I'm getting fitted for fancy silk shirts.
Yeah, that's what
Yeah.
that's what I'm kind of assuming.
That, and I wanted to talk to the Rudikar.
Oh,
So-
okay. We got something else on the agenda. Okay. All right. So sounds good. We got people getting fitted. Go. Again, totally fine to split the party. Just know we're gonna count the split. Ready? Got a 4-way split. All right. So, Colossus, you are alone.
Yeah, I know. It was quite difficult. I'm being very nonchalant about it. Just it's been a long day.
I can imagine being someone with such trophies. An honor.
Anyway, why does this affect the price of this stuff?
Why do you think?
You care about who ends up with your equipment. I'm just asking about that.
That I do. Every piece of armor that I forge has a story. It has accomplished war, battles, adventures. Every scar has been patched, welded, and remade anew. If I take this armor, I'm not merely smelting it down, unless there is no story to tell. If it has a story, the value will be going up, and I will make it into armor that will be worn by the greatest of champions.
I must say, with this armor, I'd rather the story stay silent.
I see. The door opens and the bell rings.
I turn to see who walked in.
Set walks in, taken aback that you're there at the counter.
Could you
Stand by the
repeat
door.
who?
First Commander
never mind, sorry.
Cosette Arania has walked into the smithy. They are shutting the door, motioning over, looking at some of the pieces of armor as you are speaking with Master Chief.
I'm going to quickly grab the dragon pieces and stuff them back in the bag.
Okay. For this piece, I will give you 1,000 gold.
Okay, great. Deal.
Deal. Raises out the hand to shake. May I give a name to the buyer of the newly forged armor, of who wore it before?
That you may.
What's the name?
Costas Morning Light.
Costas Morning Light, it will be told. Pulls underneath, your chest open, shift around, gold being shoveled, a weight and scale placed, begin to weigh out gold. Then they begin to pearl it into a small chest, shutting it and locking it, setting in front of the counter, laying down the key. 1,000 gold pieces, weighed and counted, in the chest to keep it safe.
Thank you.
Motions over to a ledger, begins to fill out information, stops and pauses. What?
Oh, I just wondering while I'm here, would you mind if I take a look at your wares?
More than welcome to. Motion over to look at the other wares. Cosette passes by you and stops, looks towards you. Last minute shopping?
Been needing to get the armor off of me for a while. Quite heavy.
A lot of weight on those shoulders. Continues to walk over to the counter, passing by you. Master Greg, my order. Aye, First Commander. Pushes the pencil, the actual ink pen down, closes the ledger, and then makes way back into the blacksmith. Blacksmith then comes out with the newly made pauldron, sets it down. First commander takes it, looks towards the ledger and looks back to the Master Greek. On the account as usual. Aye, First Commander. You have a pleasant evening. Looks back. I will. Begins to motion over for the door, grabs the handle, looks towards you, Costas, bows the head, leaves the door, and the smithery. As Master Greg opens the ledger back up, continues to make notes.
Would you happen to have any smithing equipment by chance?
Aye, you count yourself a smith?
Yes, I would, although honestly not anywhere near as good as you.
Pulls underneath the counter a kit with various tools bundled up, sets it down with a large hunk. One cannot be great until they try. I'm sure if you give it a swing or two, hone your craft, you'll be as great or even better as I.
Well, I'm not looking for any normal smithing equipment. I already have that. I'm looking for something special.
You'll find nothing special here unless you're able to climb the ranks.
But if I were to climb the ranks, would I find it?
You prove your worth, forge me something of good value. Bring it to me. Even use my forge. I will take you on as an apprentice.
Would mithril armor be enough, or would you need something more?
One moment. Goes back into the blacksmith and returns with a piece of parchment. Tie it off. Begins to untie it. Unfold it. Revealing a schematic for a dagger. Various pieces and intricacies of gold and silver. To become apprentice here, you not only need to be a smith, but also know how to do engravings. Inner workings with gold and silver. Soft and unwelcoming metals. Make me something like this. Keep it. Bring it to me. And we can discuss details.
Okay. Thank you.
You're most welcome. Any of the wares suit your fancy.
I take a look around. Anything like interesting, like especially interesting that he has?
They have various pieces of mithril, right, in terms of weapons and armor here. They have on display a few pieces. They don't necessarily have anything magical in terms of armor right off the bat that you can see. Doesn't mean it's not enchanted. Just is not staying out to be these immaculate magical items or something. The only thing that stands out to you is a piece of adamantium full plate. It's placed on one of the hands. That piece of material will make you immune to critical hits.
I mean, I see something that caught my interest, but I believe it's out of my price range. Thousand blessings of Palor upon you. And then I'm gonna walk out.
You walk out, shutting the door back into the city. Okay. All right. Now we're going to the Rudikar. Yes.
Yes.
Assuming we're all finally dressed now.
Finally dressed. Okay.
Oh, Felix, you definitely know your way to the nice tailors in town. Thanks for the recommendation. I definitely look as fancy as my mama always wanted for me.
Yo, you look fantastic. You deserve it, bud.
Oh, and for the record, no such thing as lion eggs.
Get out of town. Man, I don't know, Joe. You're so convincing.
So who is going to the Rudikar specifically? Just not Costas, Othala, and Israel?
I would follow with Thea, but not necessarily, just the escorter. But
Yeah, I'm going with as well.
Okay. So Griffin will not come into the establishment. Stay outside, keeping watch, smoking their pipe. So it'll be Dirty Joe, Felix, and Thea that will be coming to.
Yeah, me and Istral are eating street food, conversing, sharing notes.
Hitting up the snacks, a few chess games happening outside under the covered air with the rain pouring down. Maybe hitting some of those chess games, right? Getting some street food, some fanfare. There's a performance happening out there with the covered area at the rain. Watching, chewing on some things. You're enjoying
Right now
it.
we're tied 2-2 in Dragon Chess.
There you
Trying
go.
to
I
see who's
love
gonna
it.
win.
I love it. You both want to roll
Debating.
for it?
Debating the superior schools of magic.
Yeah.
Rollies? Want to roll D20?
You want to roll it? Was there money on this game?
Oh,
Yeah, we could put a gold each.
Gold
Friendly
each
bet.
down.
all right.
Gold each down.
Yeah,
Okay.
we could roll a D20. I'm down.
Are
highest roll.
either of you proficient with Dragon Chess?
Nah.
Okay. Okay. Flat intelligence rolls, please. Ooh. Ah!
Oh, that's my second time.
You see, Zothala is just wiping the board on that. It's just not great Istriel, and you for sure believe that they use some of their Chronergy magic, maybe to get an advantage.
He was lying about not having experience.
Yeah, for sure. You got hustled. You got hustled hard.
Yeah, I experienced it 5 minutes ago. Rewind.
Rewind. Yeah, I've already experienced this game. Oh man. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna activate this. Bring us on. This is again just another theater of mind in terms of sequence. Let's see. Get notes. We're in a lot of places in a very short amount of time. Let me tell you. Car. This is all in a day. That's crazy to me. I guess it makes sense. Conversations just take long. I don't know. All right. So, the Thieves Guild here, the Rudikar, this is an infamous Thieves Guild. Not only is this kind of one of the main headquarters of the guild, but happens to be one of the largest. They have a few different buildings that are associated here. They have a warehouse filled with supplies and stores. And they also have a kind of a communal hall that they have, an assortment of rooms upstairs and below that. They have other housing. They have occupied on the northern side of the road, Merchant's Quarter. They have their own stables. There is a variety of things. Now, Rudikar founded very early stages of Alathan here, and particularly this guild now. And they helped transfer information between guilds' motives using very secretive and elusive methods. Nowadays, Rudikar function by working bureaucracies across Antares, the entire world. And they exchange vital information for coin. Now, it has been told by fable tales, the Rudikar have had perhaps some involvement with infamous assassinations against figureheads, but nothing that has ever been brought to them has ever been proven and never been charged. The structure of the guild is complex, and I'm not going to get into that. I'm just going to state that the guild masters run their own independent branches in the various cities across the world. They train their own recruits. They bring them up through the ranks as they progress, and they make transfer between houses. Now, they have messengers that they send out because they have to exchange information, and they do not rely heavily on magical methods. They still send messages, they have other magical means, but they still rely on a very physical method of transportation and movement. Could they have teleportation circles? Possibly, connecting their houses and things. Now, this structure that you've entered into, 32 feet tall, second story, encompassing most of the structure, as it fits with an awning covering over, with a small area for some tables to linger, and a break from the rain on the sidewalk. The half-closed symbol, simply stamped on the door, that half-eye, its form, line art, and then one side is just closed. Painted in red, stamped on the door, of this old weathered wood, reinforced with metal, some of the brackets and inner working. There are windows, shining inwards, seeing a bar. Some tables with benches, candlelets and chandeliers. The bar runs along the left and the back side. You can see figures moving in, others in the shadows, clinging to pipes. There are doors that lead to a variety of places, one of which is being opened, leading the back right. And a person comes out with a trio of books, setting themselves down on the table to adjust them, or making way to the entrance. They then open it, coming out towards all of you, lowering the head, putting on a cowl, disappearing into the rain. Walk in. There's not a lot of voices in here. A few coughs here or there, and then some laughter. It's one of the double-wooden doors along the western wall kind of opens up towards the bar area. And you can observe that there's an outside alley space. A keg sits down from the nearby warehouse, and a carriage pulls up in that courtyard of that space. When walking in, you're looking from left to right, and a person comes from the back of the bar after cleaning it, walking forward. A small male halfling, brown eyes and darker auburn hair, put back into a ponytail. They wear a blouse of red and blue with brown suspenders fit to matching trousers and boots. They simply lower the head. Good day. I may be of service to you lot.
Do I know this specific person?
You know them as Rubley Littlefoot. They are an initiate of the guard.
Just at a glance, do I recognize anybody else in here by name? Are any of them my specific contacts?
Make a perception check. The faces unrecognizable. Lots of the cowls are down, pitch themselves low, and it's quite bare in here.
Mm-hmm.
They're familiar that this is just a communal area, and to access more of the inner workings, to take more of the doors on the right-hand side of that wall, one of which is where the person came out with the books. And that leads to a common chamber. Some representatives of the guild, and a staircase that ascends upwards to more rooms, and staircases that descend below.
Sorry, I'm looking back at my notes. I was told to meet with the guildmaster.
He looks towards you. Begins to speak in thieves' cant. Long traveled, hard road. Word spreads quickly. You've left wake in your path.
I'll respond. An unfortunate side effect.
Lowers the head. One moment. Begins to turn themselves around back to the bar. Whispering to one of the other barkeeps as their head lowered down. Taking the ear. Begin to reach into some of the inner workings between the kegs that are on stands at the back of the bar. Begin to work inside of them, disappearing to the shadows. Pull their hands back. Then begin to clean the bar once more and go underneath it. Ruby Littlefoot goes back to business as usual.
Is it indicated that we should follow them, or should we just pick a spot at a table?
Indicated
and sit?
to pick a spot at a table and wait.
Yep. Yeah. So I'll just naturally just go sit at a table.
Okay. Find a table with cast iron candle holder, wax melted down, weathered to the wood, crinkled and old, stains of blood, teeth, pour into the table at times. Bits of bread left over.
Did you just say teeth?
It did.
All right, sitting down, looking around over the link to Thea. Thea, what the hell did you just get us into?
The headquarters of the Rudikar in Alathan.
I meant in more of like a general sense.
I'm gesturing to the barkeep to send drinks over. And then I'll answer.
Okay. Motion
This
for
is what an
drinks.
inner working of a spy organization is.
Very
Cozy,
tidy,
isn't
aren't
it? It's cozy.
No. Not the word I would have used, but
I think it's cozy.
Yeah, what are we doing here?
What'd you say?
What are we doing here?
I was told by the initiate to speak with the guildmaster to learn more about the vaults. And also I have questions for him about some personal business.
Gotcha.
A little bit of time, Ruby comes back. Sitting down steel flagons filled with rum, half filled. And as they lay them down and take a cloth to the table, they slowly lean down towards you, Thea. Taylor is in, and we'll see you now. See as they take the rag and fold it back over their aprons. So they walk back to the bar. As it happens, the door in the back right corner swings open. A cowled figure comes out. Studded leather armor, short sword in the right, 2 daggers hang from bandolier over across. The robe that flows of red and black. Mask covers half the face. Holding the door open, they look towards their table.
Time to go.
Should we come with, or is this just a you thing?
Why don't you take in the ambiance?
Right. I'll make a little pyramid out of these teeth here.
Yeah, you know I can eat this.
Holler, if you're gonna stay. Okay, stay at the table.
I'm sorry. I thought they was telling us to not stay or to
I
stay
mean,
behind.
taking the ambiance. You know,
you
were you
could take in
saying
the ambiance.
take the ambiance and stay?
You wanna come, or you
Okay.
wanna stay? It's up to you. Thea doesn't
Oh
care.
no, I'll come. Yeah. All right.
Rather not be left alone in this place, so I don't know if this was a private only you thing.
Sorry, I didn't understand. I thought you were saying like taking the audience out here, but you were saying in there. I got you.
No,
Okay.
no, just you do whatever you want.
All right, yeah, let's go.
Okay.
I will whisper under my voice, and probably both of them here, an enigma.
So, you travel back through that door. The person is at your backside as they shut the door and they lock the bar back. Inside, a variety of tables, circular, chairs plush, card games, and other sorts of chess and dice games being rolled upon the tables. There are windows that do cover over, but they're glazed over, curtains shut. Shelving and other sorts of banners are positioned and placed in a variety of decor and artwork, giving ambiance. A couple chandeliers. A staircase sits in the corner as it kind of rounds up and then up. Then there's another staircase that goes down and to the right underneath. You see as some of the people at the tables are now recognizable, notable members of the Rudicon, and are taking pleasure in the afternoon and the evening here to take a game, spend some coin, have some drink. There are doors, a trio of them, that proceed south, and they're very much placed kind of at a spacing. And some of those doors, as they open up, are small little chambers with a table, almost as if for private seclusion, words to be spread amongst guild members, without going into more of the intricate rooms upstairs or into the underbelly below. The other 2 doors in the actual dining hall or the alehouse or the bar, those doors are going to go into other areas that would be of storage, of communal kind of variety of supplies and things, and generally kept under lock, as well as other auxiliary places of the actual tabling for drinks and things. But it's more of a place to showcase the public. Right? You look through the windows, it's an alehouse, right? And that's what the windows really reflect. There's a reason why these curtains are closed. The individual is taking you downstairs into the underbelly, which is a place that first is met by a large and unruly half-orc, almost near full-blooded, that has a small chamber, a variety of doors going through into the cellar and other areas. This door in particular is guarded by this half-orc, and there are slight little holes and cracks in various places within the woodwork and the sandstone rocking brick. There are shelving units and chests stacked onto shelving. Sees the half-orc, grumbles and lifts the nose, unlocks one of the chests and holds the chest out open. Sees the rogue figure with the cowl overhead, said no words, slowly turns, now having slight pointed ears from the cowl if noted. Motions for the chest, as per usual. Remove weapons.
Yep, I immediately start doing that.
I follow suit.
Yeah, you get my rapier.
Removing weapons, placing in a chest, the half-orc shuts the chest and locks it. Holds the key into a ringlet. Positions it underneath their studded leather armor, clenching their jaws and sitting back into a chair. The rogue moves towards the door, fitting a key in, unlocking it, pressing through a tight corridor in space. 4 noises begin to embark. You go into the underbelly, underneath the actual street of the city courtyard. Gaping light penetrating through at various places, from grates into the sewer system as it comes through. There are a variety of traders and individuals into a large area fit with coverings, selling of different variety of goods that are not found necessarily in the common light. Notice that there is access to this place from the warehouse. There's an elevator of sorts that comes down, most likely a mechanism hidden, accessibility shrouded. They pass through this area, heading to a small room fit with a door and the inner working of sandstone rock that has been grooved outwards and carved. They tap onto the door a series of times before the door unlocks from the other side. And you pass into a circular room filled with couches and chairs and a long desk at the backdrop. Weapons and artwork and decor hang from the walls. The natural light penetrates through from the city street. The person that sits at the backdrop here of that desk sits on a plush chair of cotton, red and blacks, silks, and a variety of administration tools, scales, and a parchment that they're currently muddling over with a pipe smoking. Is a human. Go ahead and put on our ambience of artwork here. Scale it down a little bit so it's so large. Then I'm going to drag over this person. Fieldmaster Chow Razam. Slightly large male human, broad shoulders, green eyes, graying hair, weathered features. They have a long beard, ornately braided, brought together by jewelry. About the ears are small golden earrings with ruby pendants. Rings of gold and silver are abundant. They wear a fine piece of stud leather underneath a long black and red cloth cloak. Matching trousers and shirt accompany. Alongside and attached to a black belt is a short sword, dagger, and others that are well hidden. Smoking this pipe. Pull the pipe. Bring a long draw. Motion for a cup filled. Rub. Sipping it. Variety of chairs linger in front of the desk. They motion for you to sit down. One of the cowled figures stays outside, and 2 of which flank the entrance door where you're coming into, shut the door behind you, and lock it with a series of 3 different bars. Holding the hands together. Welcome. You have newcomers amongst you.
I do. They're
What
my
is
traveling
your-
companions.
Traveling companions. Is this who has accompanied you in your wake?
Yes.
Please sit. Get comfortable. This Guiltmaster stands up, grabs a nearby cupboard, a few goblets of silver and gold, then a used rum bottle, uncorking it, pouring into each of the goblets, corks it back. Drink if you will, drink if you don't. I don't give a shit. Sits back down.
Does he drink some of his first?
He does.
All right, Joe's gonna take a small sip.
Do we need introductions here, or have they been given?
No introductions necessary. This is the Guildmaster. Obviously.
Yeah, that is an introduction, but yeah.
Who do I have the pleasantry of speaking with?
Real quickly over the link, I'm gonna ask Thea, should I give him my real name?
Just tell him your name's Joe.
Joe, nice to make your acquaintance.
Yo.
Felix Fennecis at your service.
Felix Fennecis. Your words came off the tongue quite well. Looks towards you, Joe. Might not be the best liar, but still. Joe it is.
Begging your pardon, sir. This is all new to me, so to speak. Still trying to get my bearings. My good friend here seems to vouch for you, though, so...
This is a place in secret. You've been brought here from honor and loyalty that your companion has provided. How can I help you?
I was told to speak to you about the Balts showing up here in Olathan.
The Balls. Not to be confused with the Balls.
Yeah, I heard about them. Real
Not-
stinky fellas.
Yes, the Balls are far worse. Literally. I can't. Literally dangling between the legs of Beholder.
Mm.
You're welcome. I can't. Yes. Well, the vaults have been more hot than the city. The Enkosh have been moving crystal within the streets for several years. We have captured a number of them. They have given information. We have provided this to the Talthar. They have done with it what they always do. The bolts
I'm guessing he's gonna say nothing.
didn't say anything, actually, technically, so nothing. Yeah, that's true. Literally said nothing after that. To that statement. The vaults. They are ran by a Malgoth Baltrus. They were once a prized mage and one of the houses of Elyon in Temeria, before turning coat, stealing prized artifacts, and moving glorious dealing. Business was no longer good. They sailed across the sea and came here, to Arthuria, made a name for themselves in Melandar. Connections of Temeria to Melandar are strong, and they went into seclusion and secrecy, a hideout. We have spent much time trying to find it, and have not been successful. We placed this hideout somewhere within the region of Athrena, south of the Gorn. The region is vast, dense, jungles and forests. It's difficult. Murgus Haldurin is the right hand of Mog. They would be the ones to kill us. Of course, Malgoth would not be nothing if it wasn't for Sildana, Ravalin. A witch, if there ever was a title. They are very powerful, held in high court within their house of Elion. Be wise not to mess with that temptress. New name has been brought forth to us of the Bald's dealings within Lathan, and some sort of pact or alliance with the Denkard. The individual goes by the name The Hawk.
Huh.
You do that out loud, and do we notice?
Oh, I definitely sit up straighter.
We believe the history of this hawk comes from Temeri as well. There is an unknown at play. Do not know the name. Only they have been spotted.
What is
What's
it?
this hawk have to do with sorry.
Nope, you go
You
first.
said
You
this is
start.
the new player, but the hawk, well, what are they specifically doing?
That is something we don't know. Not fully to the extent. After our investigation at the Farwater Company, we have noted that there was a device that was used to implode the field house and the warehouse. Something of magical creation, but also of alchemist design. We have brought this plea to the High Council of Elatham, the City Hall, under private forum. That information was paid quite handsomely for, and nothing dealt. But shortly after the investigation was closed, my guess is the Hawk and associates have had influence on that council.
Who
Pieces
runs
have
that
yet to-
council?
Council is comprised of notable companies, owners. The name of one. I don't know, my window of my notes is closed down. 1 second. I was on a roll, baby.
Oh, it's okay. You can consult your notes.
Yeah, let me look real quick. Bounce in here. This is the... Also going to try to get the names put onto the board here. It's going to take me a little bit of time. I was pretty much spitballing in terms of time. Just looking at the time, so I'm trying to go as quickly as possible to get through this. Also want to give a title here for this one. Okay. Given time, I'm going to shortcut a little bit. So the person who presides over the High Council is a magistrate, Jasmine Aline. They are an Empyrean College mage. Comes with authority of the Talthar is slightly, not a whole lot. In terms of their rank within that, I'm not going to get into that. Just know that they have power and enough to be a presider over councils such as this. The other names, I'm going to go ahead and back to this other note. Make sure I get these names specific for you. If you are going to pursue this, these names will obviously come into play, so. Malgoth Baltris, which is why they're called the Balts, just FYI. I don't know if that gives you more fuel for the fire to make fun of it. Mirgus Haldurin. Sildana Malin. They mentioned the Hawk. Obviously, I don't need to make that a note. Okay. You are to seek audience with the magistrate, Jasmine Felina. We can negotiate this for you. You want to take this on quest?
You said that the hawk has an associate that has been spotted.
They have been spotted, but identity and name has not been informed.
Any
We're working on it.
descriptors?
Most likely Elven. Have some heritage to Temeria.
How long have they been here?
Several months. Not long. The Balts are a new player here. We're still figuring things out. Many of our associates have aided other manner of espionage, it seems. Things are moving within the granite keep within Aluda. Our eyes and ears are needed in other places.
Thea's jaw is kind of just clenching and unclenching right now.
Definitely information for us to consider. We're in town for another day or so. I don't think there's any immediate steps for us to take. Perhaps we regroup and consider our options there.
Yeah.
You know what the cost of information is, Thea.
Yes, I do. And if you could just remind Anna what that would be, and then I will handle that.
Visits such as this, the information provided. 200 gold.
Yep.
Lay down the coin. Come back to me if you wish to take it on assignment. To be warned, do not do this on freelance.
I hear your warning.
Just out of curiosity, what do you have to gain for us taking this on?
You do not know me, Felix Fenicus. And I don't expect you to. My motives are my own. If you take the assignment, I will tell you more.
Fair enough. That's been lovely. Thank you for the drink. Cut that. Shall we go? We have a ferry cut too.
Go master motions for the door. Two rogue figures unbar it in the door. Voices and the things that are outside in the underbelly under this place begin to spill outwards. You're escorted back out the guild.
We'll tip the hat. Guildmaster.
You leave the Rudikar completely, back out into the city streets? Yeah?
Unless they has other business.
Yeah.
I was having some
Right.
internet trouble. The broad strokes, what did I miss in the last 5 minutes?
Broad strokes, you missed name drop. It's in chat, so those names have been dropped. Mastery Jasmine Felina is the presider over the High Council, is an Imperial College mage, at least of some wealth and power to be able to preside over a council. They have mentioned the names that are there. They also mentioned the Hawk as a player here that has some association in terms of what they're investigating, and the Farwater Company. They believe Farwater Company had some sort of device that was deployed that is magical and also alchemist construction, and that imploded the field house and the warehouse. They don't know why, and they sent this information here to the council, and shortly thereafter the investigation was closed. So they're now investigating that. That's where they're at. Investigations is figuring out why that that's their investigations to figure out why their investigation was stopped, right? But then they mentioned the Granite Keep, that their eyes and ears are having to go elsewhere. Not just here is a focal point, but now their services are rendered in the entire continent with these things that are happening, trying to gather information and move it. Felix asked what the motivation was. Guildmaster said that they would tell you after you would take this on assignment. And they gave you a warning to not do this on freelance.
Okay.
Okay. So we are now going back out into the streets of the city, right? Leaving the guild house. All right. From here, I'll stop this very groovy, awesome Thieves Guild music that I'm so glad I typed Thieves Guild into my searchable music and found, because that was pretty dope.
I liked it.
I was scared. When I searched, I was like, whoa, okay, I'm scared right now.
This place is spooky.
This place is spooky. We're now kind of getting to the end of the session time. So with all of you going out into the streets, I know we split the party up. A lot of people, right? Talk about things that we're trying to get to. So it's a lot. There's a lot going on. And I do want to make a disclaimer here that if you decide to put your nose into it, you will get a lot. Okay. So let this be, warning perhaps, but the tendrils of story continue. Okay. And I do, if you want to pursue it, definitely pursue it. And again, thank you for those that were sitting and waiting, and hopefully it was enjoyable through the role play and to watch. I know that, in terms of you, it's true, right? Thala didn't necessarily get to a whole lot of stuff of time today. But alas, that's sometimes how the sessions go. So just think about perhaps for next week when we play, maybe getting more of the group involved with some of the things, or perhaps we can shortcut some things if we don't want to have some of the engagement as well. We can talk about that as a group. So does anybody have any sort of questions or anything they want to do? Finalizations or points to be made?
Are we off stream?
We're not off stream yet.
I guess one last little bit of role play before we head out. Just
Okay.
gonna turn over to Thea and be like, all right, what in the hell was all that? Heard a lot of stuff about names and places. That meant absolutely nothing to me. You seem to be engaged and or spooked by it. This does this pertain to your own personal past and crises and whatnot?
Short answer, yes. Long answer is for everyone.
Okay. Well, thank you for being forthcoming with that.
Yes, thank you for that revelation that I had no idea about.
Well, really, I do feel a tiny bit touched that this is the first time you've actually shared anything about yourself to anyone as far as I've ever seen, and, well, the fact that you trust me with a little bit of that means a lot.
You might not think that later.
I mean, it can't be worse than dragons, right? Right?
I'm not going to answer that.
That's where the camera fades out. Just Joe just saying, right?
Right?
It's like,
Right?
Right. End of session. Da, da, da. Roll credit. Israel, Athala, anything?
I'm good. Got some good
Yeah.
info.
Okay.
I'm pretty good. I'm up on Dragon Chess. Got 1 gold. We're raiding in front of what is it, Primaris? Just waiting for the party to join us. That's it.
Okay. Fantastic. All right. Well, if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. I'm going to go ahead and calculate some experience points for you all for today. So give me 1 second to go through dice rolls and things.
Yeah, it was a good session. I don't mind sitting and watching. It's cooperative storytelling. It's great. I enjoy everybody's stories.
Yeah, finally getting into the most anticipated bits of all. This mysterious past.
Dun dun dun.
That was a dun 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 moment. Dun
Mhm.
dun dun.
The name drop. The hawk.
You expect that one better?
5,505 experience points. You got it.
505 experience points.
5,505 experience points.
5,000. Yeah,
That was about
Just
right.
for the hawk. For the
Just
hawk.
for the hawk.
Just for the hawk reference.
For getting good clothes. Come on.
And seeing all those teeth on the table, that was a lot
Yeah.
of trauma to go through.
For
Did
allowing
you like that
for
detail?
allowing that person to flirt with me really badly.
I got a
You
natural
s-
20
you
for
going
stayed-
along
agility.
with it.
You were the
Like
one
going
who
along with it.
You're the one who you're the one who buttered them up, and you're like, I want to get them drunk.
Hey.
And honestly, that was pretty lenient in terms of how they were
Oh, I
coming
know,
at you.
I know.
So
I know.
and you went it. I think
Hey,
you were more than me on that one.
Information. I'm gonna
From
do what I
Saul,
gotta
right?
do.
Gotta do what you gotta do. No worries.
Someone has to let me detect thoughts on them so I could see that with them.
Honestly, I was fully expecting Thea to like hit him with the pommel of a dagger when that conversation was over.
So we have 841 experience each, who puts you at
It's more
80,336 experience total. Awesome. So with that, we're going to go ahead and get the stream closed out. Hopefully, if you're watching, you can join us next week. It's Saturdays at 4 o'clock, 4 p.m. PDT. In addition, happy Father's Day for those tomorrow. Obviously, it's a big day for me, being a dad. No.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to be doing absolutely nothing, probably. So, yeah, and check y'all later. Thanks for watching. Bye.
Wayward
Bye-bye.
ones.
Yep.